Everyone settle down, please. Can the host please start the webinar? Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Education. At this time, can everyone please silence your cell phones? If you wish to submit testimony, you may send it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning and welcome to the Education Committee hearing. Good morning and welcome to the Education Committee hearing on the fiscal 2024 preliminary budget. We will start off the hearing today with a focus on the Department of Education's preliminary expense budget. We will be hearing from Chancellor Banks on the agency's operating budget and priorities for the upcoming fiscal and school year 2023 and 2024. The Department of Education's fiscal 2024 preliminary budget totals $30.7 billion, excluding pension and debt service, and has grown to represent 30% of the city's total budget. This budget is $295 million less than the fiscal 2023 adopted budget. While the plan provides billions of dollars for our city's education system, it fails to make necessary investments to address the growing needs of students, families, and contracted service providers in areas such as special education, 3K, prompt and expedited contract reimbursement, the increasing need for mental health support, additional social workers, and services to support students in temporary housing. Additionally, the plan does not provide the necessary continued support for programmatic and operational costs brought up by the pandemic that has been financed with federal stimulus dollars that will soon be expiring. DOE's preliminary budget includes a number of programmatic decreases resulting from dwindling federal stimulus funding, as well as cuts and reallocations of existing programs. Some major program areas in which the budget has reduced include $65.5 million reduction for pupil transportation, $65 million for charter schools, $56 million for school facilities, and $41.5 million in early childhood programs. While the looming stimulus fiscal cliff exists, and several essential programs such as 3K, community school expansion, mental health for all, and more that were funded through federal funds are in jeopardy of continuing. The DOE has not put forward a plan on how it will sustain these essential programs. The recent influx of asylum seekers since last spring has placed added stress on DOE's resources. The impacts on teachers, administrators, and schools to be creative and scramble last minute to provide the necessary support for these students independently has been felt intensely by education community throughout the city. According to the latest data shared by DOE in December 2022, the approximate number of asylum seeker students enrolled in K-12 was 10,186, with the numbers expected to grow the next time DOE tallies this population. Our students continue to be in need of additional in-school support, as evidenced by the rise of numbers of incidents, as recorded in the last PMMR. In order to maintain a supportive school environment, we need to ensure every school has adequate numbers of social workers and guidance counselors. Not only does the DOE lag far behind the ratio of 250 to 1 set by the American School Counselor Association, it also lags behind nationwide average of 408 to 1. According to the latest data made available, DOE has an average ratio of 472 students to 1 social worker and 374 students to 1 guidance counselor. The pandemic continued to leave its mark on a generation of students. It is our responsibility to provide them with the support necessary to overcome the academic barriers placed in front of them by the pandemic, so that they may make the most of their education. This brings me to my next point. Special education, according to a report recently released by DOE on special education data, 1.6% of students with disabilities are not receiving special education instruction, and 11.7% are only receiving half of the instructions they are entitled to as outlined per their IEPs. Many of my colleagues and I fear that the pandemic has exacerbated the need for special education instruction and services, and without immediate attention, many of our neediest students will fall behind. I find it unsettling that instead of making investments in fiscal 2024 and in the out years to expand special education services and instructions, we are instead increasing funding for Carter cases in fiscal 2023 by $220 million. Why are we okay with spending that much on lawsuits, but not with investing additional dollars into related services and special education support staff? This year, the state executive budget proposal included a $500 million increase in foundation aid, funding which could finance much of the program that was reduced in DOE's preliminary budget. I hope that the state enacted state budget will provide New York City with the education dollars it needs to meet the challenge of supporting an increased number of students in temporary housing, increased special education mandates, as well as turning vital programs funded with federal stimulus dollars into long-standing programs. Some housekeeping. I would like to remind council members that the chancellor is here to testify on the expense budget. Council members will be limited to 5 minutes in the first round of questions and 3 minutes in the second round, if time allows. Public testimonies on education budget will begin at approximately 2 p.m. Before I conclude, I'd like to thank the committee staff, Committee Salati, Nia Hyatt, Assistant Director Elizabeth Hoffman, Jan Atwell, Chloe Rivera, Nadia Jean-Francois. I would like to thank my staff, Giovanni Piquant, Taekwon Coleman, Joel Disuve, Vinori Nariwa, and Rosalind Joinville. I'd like to remind everyone who wishes to testify today that you must fill out a witness slip, which is located on the desk of the Sergeant at Arms near the entrance of this room. To allow as many people as possible to testify, testimonies will be limited to 3 minutes per person, whether you're testifying on Zoom or in person. I would like to introduce my colleagues who have joined us this morning. I'd like to especially welcome our speaker, Adrian Adams, Eric Dinowitz, Councilmember Dinowitz, Councilmember Stevens, Councilmember Narcisse, Councilmember Shulman, Councilmember De La Rosa, and our special welcome to Public Advocate Jumaane Williams. Now, without further, I'd like to turn over to our first witness panel. I will now turn over to Council Committee Nadia Jean-Francois to administer the oath.
Good morning, DOE. I will call on each of you individually for a response. Please raise your right hand.
I would like to introduce the speaker first to make her opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Chair Joseph, and welcome, Chancellor. Welcome to your entire team this morning. It's great to see you all, as always. Thank you, Chair Joseph, for leading today's preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Education, as well as Chancellor Banks and your staff for being here today to testify and to answer council questions. The Department of Education's fiscal year 2024 preliminary budget is $30.7 billion, representing the largest area of spending in the city's budget. DOE's FY24 preliminary budget is $295.3 million less than its adopted budget for the current fiscal year. This decrease reflects the absence of one-time funding and council initiatives that were included in the adopted FY23 budget. Approximately 1 million students across more than 1,600 schools and 1,889 early childhood centers rely on the DOE budget to support their success. High quality and affordable early childhood education is one of the best investments we can make for our children's future because of the long-term cognitive development it provides. It sets our children up for success and helps working parents, particularly in Black, Latino, and Asian communities, to advance their careers and provide for their families. We must work to correct the course that has weakened our 3K system. This requires ensuring a strong, adequately staffed early childhood division, providing contracted providers with outstanding payments and on-time reimbursements, fixing the structural problems with the program, and preserving its budget investments. It is also critical that we ensure our public schools have the funding necessary to support the success of our students. The effects of the pandemic will be felt by students for years to come, with the learning loss resulting from shutdowns and remote schooling unable to be overcome in just a couple of years. As federal COVID stimulus funding that assisted in students' educational recovery is diminishing, We must enhance our funding of schools to provide the resources that our students need and deserve. Our education investments are essential to the health and safety of communities and the entire city. Chancellor Banks, I look forward to hearing from you and your staff today about how the DOE will work to meet the needs of our schools, students, and early childhood education programs. Thank you very much, and I turn it back over to Chair Joseph.
Thank you, Speaker Adams. Now we'll turn over to Public Advocate Jemani Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jemani Williams, Public Advocate of the City of New York. I want to thank the Chair and members of the Committee on Education for holding this hearing today. I want to welcome Chancellor Banks as well, and everyone from the DOE who I know, just like us, really care about what's happening with our kids in these schools. Last year, the administration made $370 million in cuts to our school's budget. For many schools, this meant no or limited arts and music programming, larger class sizes, fewer social workers, and insufficient academic and mental health support. We know that Black students in our city are more likely to attend overcrowded, segregated schools in high-poverty areas. After all that our students have endured during this pandemic, we should double down on investments in schools to reduce class sizes, allow greater emphasis on social and emotional learning, and create opportunities for creative expression in arts and music classes. After experiencing and continue to experience the trauma of the past 2 years, our students need more support for their mental health, and school officials agree. While I do believe there's probably and likely money not spent as efficiently as it should be, possibly waste, that money should be reallocated and not cut. There must be no cuts to school budgets this year, and the city should restore the funding and staff lost due to prior budget cuts. This includes early childhood education programming as well. There must be no cuts to 3K and a recommitment to universal 3K. For universal 3K and pre-K to be successful, the city must also fulfill salary parity for the early childhood education workforce. Public schools are the main youth mental health system in our city, and an audit published last year by the state comptroller found that too many public schools are understaffed with mental health professionals, are not adequately training staff, and only a few have services readily available, and that the DOE provides little oversight to ensure students receive the required mental health instruction critical to developing their awareness and resilience. Further, the majority of schools did not meet the recommended ratio of school counselors and social workers to students. It is critical that the city hire 500 new social workers and school psychologists, nurses, and expand restorative justice practices for $151 million with the following spending breakdown: hire 500 school social workers to provide support to students, hire psychologists and family workers to address delays in evaluation and IEP development for students with disabilities, ensure every school has a nurse, support the expansion of school-wide restorative justice practices. In the past, the city has invested in community-led programs focused on making our schools truly healing-centered. The city paid about 650 parents and caregivers from schools in areas hit hardest by COVID-19 to participate in trauma-related training sessions over the summer and then present their own workshops to their school communities. These ambassadors are human capital that the city has already invested in but is not using, and we should prioritize programs that empower our school community who knows their needs best. Between July 2022 and February 2023, 13,200 school-age children of asylum seekers enrolled in New York City public schools, many of whom do not speak English or have limited English proficiency. These children have high needs, including warm clothing, food, accessible education, evaluations and services, trauma-informed counseling, and language support. ELLs have historically been left behind in our schools and have the highest high school dropout rate of any student group. We must be intentional in our support for these students. The city should invest $11 million to expand bilingual programs to improve outcomes for ELLs, and $7 million should be allocated to the DOE's Office of Language Access. I'm looking forward to the Department of Education, the Mayor's Office, and the City Council to ensure our city students have the support services they need to be successful. I do want to end with just saying, a few years ago, I put forth a plan of how we can deal with violence in our schools. And I want to point out there was one of the most disingenuous union leaders who spread lies about what that plan was, when really we were saying we cannot just count on the NYPD infrastructure that's already in the schools, because our kids are harming and killing themselves going to and from schools, as well as harming themselves. We see suicides going up. Just yesterday, there were 3 shootings in and around schools. I think the day before there was a stabbing near the school. This is the type of thing that we were concerned about. I know that the administration is going to be putting more police near those schools. My question primarily is, what other resources are going to those schools today and the surrounding communities, not just our police officers? We do know that just adding police at best is a Band-Aid, and we've been using this Band-Aid for many, many years. I believe that Band-Aid is now drenched with the blood of overuse for decades. And so I'm really concerned about what it is that we're going to do. And I believe that cutting these programs really add to the trouble we're already having with public safety. These programs do add to public safety. We can't cut everything, including our educational support that's needed, while continuing to put and fund our law enforcement, who are partners, but all the partners need funding as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Public Advocate. And turning it over to our Council Committee.
Good morning. I would now like to swear in the administration, so I will call on each of you individually for a response. Please raise your right hand. You can stand as well, sure. I'll also be calling the other DOE people so you guys can stand as well. Chancellor David Banks. Oh, sorry. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees and to respond honestly to council member questions? Chancellor David Banks? Daniel Weisberg? Emma Vadera? Caroline Quintana? Sarita Scott? Flavia Puello Perdomo? Melissa Ramos? Kara Ahmed? Kanita Lloyd? Christina Foti. Thank you. You may be seated, and you may begin your testimony.
Can I acknowledge Councilmember Menon and Councilmember Gutierrez, who has joined us? Thank you. And Velasquez, who's on Zoom. Thank you. You may begin, Chancellor Banks.
All set. So good morning, Chair Joseph. Want to also say a special good morning to Speaker Adams. I'm so happy to see you here this morning, as well as our public advocate, Jumaane Williams. Thank you so much. And all the members of the Council Committee on Education. I want to thank you all for inviting me to testify today about the fiscal year 2024 preliminary budget. I think you all know, my name is David C. Banks, Chancellor of the New York City Public Schools, which, by the way, I want to just point out, I know we refer to it as DOE. We have taken to getting away from using the term DOE. We refer to it as New York City Public Schools. All across the nation, there is no other city in the country which refers to its school system without even referring to the name schools. If you go to Atlanta, it's Atlanta Public Schools. You go to Chicago, it's Chicago Public Schools. New York City, it's the Department of Education, which sounds like a bureaucracy. We think that language does matter, and I just wanted to point that out. And so we've been trying to be consistent in referring to our system as New York City Public Schools. I'm joined today by First Deputy Chancellor Daniel Weisberg, Chief Operating Officer Emma Vadera, and Deputy Chancellor of Early Childhood Education, Dr. Kara Ahmed. I'm also joined by several other members from our administration who are available to be called on if necessary. It is great to be here with so many colleagues and champions for the New York City Public Schools, on the City Council, and most especially the Chair Joseph, who I've spent a great deal of time with since I become Chancellor. My team and I have greatly enjoyed joining many of you at events, community meetings, and school visits. Your leadership and advocacy truly make a positive difference for our schools. You've led the fight for schools to reach and sustain 100% of their fair student funding. You've ensured that every school has funding to hire a full-time social worker. You've increased funding to support our multilingual learners and their families through additional funding for our Office of Language Access. You've increased funding to expand outreach and support for our students in temporary housing. And you've partnered with my team to take significant steps to stabilize the early childhood sector and prioritize the expansion of special education preschool seats, particularly in under-resourced communities. So those are all meaningful accomplishments for our students, families, and schools, and we are grateful for your partnership in achieving them. Beyond those collaborative successes with the entire Council, I would also like to briefly thank individual members for their support on particular issues. Specifically, I want to express my gratitude to Chair Joseph for taking bold steps to stabilize the early childhood sector, expanding preschool special education seats, and holding schools harmless during the mid-year adjustment period. Thank you. Councilmember Stevens, for your outreach strong leadership and oversight to ensure that quality programming reached every zip code during the Summer Rising program. Councilmember Gutierrez, for your advocacy on behalf of our community-based partners, such as Nuestros Niños, so that they can continue to deliver important services to children and families in the communities that we serve. Council members Lee, Christian, and Ung, for their advocacy and support of the development of our successful AAPI curriculum pilot, which we recently launched and plan to expand. Council members Dinowitz and Riley, for supporting a new bus stop at Pier 16 in District 11, adding flexibility on school meals, and providing other assistance to meet the needs of newly arrived students. Thank you. Council member Hanif, for a partnership on our Project Open Arms initiative that centrally coordinates inter- and intra-departmental efforts to swiftly welcome and support newly arrived families. And Council member Menon, for your strong advocacy for dual language programming in District 2, specifically in French, and so many others who have helped in so many different ways. That's clear collaboration and real results, getting stuff done for our schools and our kids. And I'm certain we will continue to work together individually and collectively to build on all those successes. All this work is deeply personal to me, and it's a continuation of my lifelong career as a New York City public servant and educator. And as fellow public servants, thank you for everything that you can do for our schools and for all the work we will do together in the future. Now, since 2017, we have lost over 120,000 students, including 70,000 in the last 2 years prior to my arrival. The reasons for leaving may vary, but the answer to declining enrollment is clear. We have to give our students and families the opportunities and experiences they want in school, while showing our students how their school will give them the skills and knowledge that will ultimately drive success in their lives. All the initiatives we will be discussing today are focused on rebuilding that trust with our families while bringing families back to our schools, all guided by our 4 pillars: reimagining the student experience, scaling, sustaining, and restoring what works, prioritizing wellness, and engaging families to be our true partners. I want to be clear that the foremost priority of this administration, and we don't hear a lot about this, is to teach every student to read. I want to repeat that. The foremost priority of this administration is to teach every student to read. I often talk about creating bright starts and bold futures. And bright starts begin when we enable every child to become a skilled reader by 3rd grade, to be a confident learner who can see a bold future ahead. That's the foundation for all learning, and therefore more important than any other single challenge facing us. Unfortunately, we remain far from achieving that goal. Nearly 2/3 of our Black and Latino students are not proficient on the state English language arts exams. So we are taking important steps to address that challenge head on. We're going back to basics by strengthening phonics instruction. And under Mayor Adams' leadership, we're doing early literacy screenings for our students, making sure we identify any barriers like dyslexia, but there are others, that need to be addressed and supported to ensure full literacy. We've also made a $205 million investment in expanding proven research-based programs such as ASD Nest, Horizon, and SEED to improve outcomes for students on the autism spectrum and with other special needs. And we all know that overlaying everything is making our kids safe going to and from school, as was just said by the public advocate. On that front, we are making strong improvements, including investing in mental health supports, a mental health continuum in coordination with DOHMH and health and hospitals, and additional mindfulness programming to support our students and ensure that every school has, at a minimum, access to a social worker or a school-based mental health clinic. launching a pilot program that uses the latest technology to provide stronger safeguards at our main school entrances by using automatic door locking to ensure that only authorized visitors gain access to our schools. Working with the NYPD to hire an additional 560 school safety agents, and launching Project Pivot, which is a multi-million-dollar investment in community-driven, neighborhood-focused programming focused on connecting our students with caring adults and building a safe and welcoming culture across many of our schools and campuses. In that vein of engaging families, I want to be sure to mention that we made good on our promise from last spring to convene a working group of volunteers representing parents, advocates, union leaders, and school finance experts from across our city to recommend long-needed changes to the Fair Student Funding Formula. Earlier this year, we announced the findings of that working group. We are proposing two important changes: adding funding weights for students in temporary housing and for schools that serve high numbers of students with special needs. Those bold changes will be the first of their kind to be implemented among the nation's 5 largest school districts. The Panel for Educational Policy will vote on these changes to these weights on April 19th. We also welcome the Council's support in advocating that Albany follow our lead and update its outdated state foundation aid formula, which currently does not have a specific funding weight for our students in temporary housing. I now want to turn to our fiscal year 2024 preliminary budget, which totals approximately $37.5 billion. That includes $30.7 billion in operating resources and another $6.7 billion for education-related pension and debt service funds. Our funding is a combination of city, state, and federal resources, with city tax levy money making up the largest share. In fiscal year 24, it's projected to be at about 53%, state funds at only 37%, and the federal dollars at 10%. Acknowledging the realities of enrollment, which has declined, and short-term stimulus funding, the mayor's budget does two things. First, it cuts central office vacancies by approximately $25 million in order to meet the citywide PEG target. Second, we continue to support schools who have lost enrollment by including in the preliminary budget an increase of the hold harmless allocation for schools in fiscal year 2024 by $80 million, growing to a $160 million hold harmless this year. Now, many schools continue to experience big changes in their enrollment, and we don't expect schools to make these shifts right away. We will again use stimulus funding to help schools facing enrollment fluctuations to restore a percentage of the impact of enrollment losses in fiscal year 2023 and 24. For this upcoming school year, schools will be held partially, but not fully, harmless using stimulus dollars. Perhaps most importantly, the actions I've described will allow us to meet the mayor's commitment to fiscal responsibility while continuing to provide schools with 100% of their fair student funding. It is imperative that we continue to meet that benchmark for all our schools. So in conclusion, I want to thank the Council for your continued advocacy for fair student funding in recent years and assure you that it remains a high priority. I'm excited to continue to work together with all of you to support our students and our schools, collaborating on the issues that matter to all of us, to help ensure that we're giving our students a world-class education. So I thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Chancellor Banks. I'll turn it over now to the Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Joseph. Once again, welcome to all of you. I'd like to acknowledge also, before I start my questions, I want to acknowledge our former New York City Council Education Chair, Mark Traeger. The preliminary budget currently plans for reducing 6,000 vacant 3K slots in order to achieve a savings of $283 million in fiscal 2024. The success of early childhood education and child care is a shared vision of both the administration and the council. However, the council has its concerns of the impact of the preliminary budget, especially if the cause of vacancies are due to administrative issues. In the preliminary budget, compared to the adopted, headcount for full-time pedagogical positions were reduced from 817 from adopted to preliminary plan. OMB has indicated that the 817 positions were for universal pre-K. What titles, programs, or departments are associated with these cuts, and which of these are vacancy reductions and which are not?
So first of all, let me just say this, and I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to respond very specifically to the question. But I do want this body to know that the early childhood sector is critically important to everything that we're trying to do. And we didn't come here to destroy the early childhood programming. But when we came, and I came here as chancellor, what I inherited was a great idea that had a lot of implementation challenges. So we are very much in the process, and we have been since I've been here, to try to right-size early childhood. But to your very specific questions, Madam Speaker, Emma?
I'm going to call up our CFO, Sarita Scott, and I got questions.
So for the preliminary budget, the central vacancy reduction was actually 390 positions, and that was in our central and field administrative titles.
The question was that from the 817 positions, they were for universal pre-K. We're looking for the titles, the programs or departments associated with the cuts, and which of those were vacancy reductions and which weren't.
Okay, so if this is going back towards November budget or earlier, we can get back to you with that specific information.
Okay, I'm gonna slice it a little bit.
Sure.
In talking about the titles and the programs, was there a rationale for what titles and programs were actually chosen?
So for any of the titles that impact the universal pre-K, they were sort of lift and shift, so out of early childhood program and into school. So I think that was associated with the universal literacy program, and that just shifted those dollars in heads out of the early childhood budget and into the school's budget. But I can get you a more detailed breakout of the titles, specific titles.
Okay, but for sure they had to do with universal literacy programs.
A bulk of it is, but I definitely want to get back to you with the specifics.
Okay. How has the administration worked to encourage enrollment into 3K programs? And did the administration set aside a budget? And did it execute any marketing and outreach to increase signups with providers?
Good morning, and thank you so much, Speaker Adams. There is a number of ways that outreach is being done through email marketing, robocalls, community events, nearly 7,600 outbound phone calls to families to promote 3K for this past fall of 2022 and going into for this new school year. Robocalls to over 100,000 families to remind them to apply in multiple languages, English, Spanish, Chinese. There's a robust marketing campaign to spread awareness of early childhood programs, digital ads on the MTA that you might have seen, paid ads in low turnout communities in all 5 boroughs, paid ads on Twitter and Instagram and all other social media, email campaigns to nearly 100,000 families who've signed up for information, information sessions for families interpreted in multiple languages, and as I've shared previously and at other hearings and with Chair Joseph, community events, which we find to be some of the most impactful in being very accessible to families on the spot. And so we thank Chair Joseph and others who have invited us to attend those events and to be ready to support families with enrolling.
So speaking of community events, has the administration built in funds for providers to do any outreach?
So providers are supported with their outreach, right? So as a system, we are supporting with outreach for our 3K, our pre-K, and for our infant toddlers. So everything that I named is holistic of all of our programs and portfolio to provide families with all of their options. You know, we're excited to say that 3K applications are even up approximately 42,000 from 33,000 2 years ago and more than ever before.
Great.
And that's a 27% increase from 2021. Pre-K apps are also up approximately 54,000, up from 50,000 from last year, so another 8% increase.
And you should just know that, Madam Speaker, we've allocated about $4.5 million to support the early childhood marketing.
That's great. I like to hear the increases. The 3K deadline, though, moved from March 11th to March 15th. What has been the impact of applications since the extension?
I don't know if we have the exact impact over the last few days, but the overall impact of what we're seeing, again, is the increase from over 2 years, and we're seeing over 42,000 applications already in. The deadline has it been increased another few days for additional families to, I think, sign up, is what I heard even this morning. So families can continue to register.
Past the 15th?
And they can continue to apply. I think there's some additional information this morning. They'll be placed on a wait list, and then programs will be able to make those offers once the initial offers go out. So we still encourage families to continue to apply, to indicate their choices, their preferences. And then after offers go out, they will then have another offering from those programs that they've selected.
So those numbers are still coming in, when we can certainly get you the very specifics of where we are to date.
Okay, I just want to note that the extension was made because of parent demands for that line to be moved for those, for an opportunity for those positions. So I like to hear that it's being extended even further. That's
Yeah,
good
no,
news.
we're trying to be responsive, absolutely. So we're not drawing any hard lines in the sand. Parents needed more time, that's what we want to do.
Thank you. How many 3K seats are being budgeted for FY24, and can you provide us a breakdown via zip code?
So there are approximately 55,000 3K seats currently. And for FY24, those numbers will fluctuate. And they will fluctuate because we are consistently looking at what unmet need is, where there's an oversaturation of seats, where there need to be resources that need to shift. And so we're constantly either increasing or adding seats or reducing seats where there isn't a need. So for FY24, those numbers are not certain yet because that work is still well underway.
Do you have any idea for us what the highest need communities are?
There are numbers by zip code, which I think we can absolutely get back to you on. I know we've shared numbers by district with Chair Joseph and with City Council, so we can certainly share additional information.
Do you have any previous information that has been shared that we can go on record for today? If you said you shared information previously, is there any of that data available for us to put on record today in this hearing?
I think we are going to have to get back to you on anything related to at that granular level of the zip code.
Okay. What is the current cost per slot for 3K programs for each seat type? School day, extended day and year, and Head Start.
That we can also get back to you on. There would have to be, they do vary. The per child rate varies from program to program, from setting to setting.
Okay. Do we have current vacancy and enrollment rates for each seat type?
We do.
Okay.
We do.
Can you give that to us?
Sure. We can go through it one by one. Is that helpful?
That's perfect.
Okay, great. So when we're looking at our infant toddler, and so there's many different seat types, I'll just sort of give us a preview, right? We have our EDY seat types, which are extended day, extended year, year-round programming. We have Head Start seats, and we have school day, school year seats, right? So those are your traditional 6-hour, 20-minute days going till June 30th. So when we are looking at our infant toddler EDYs, we are looking at a capacity of over 10,000, an enrollment of slightly over 7,000, and about 3,600, 3,700 vacant seats in this moment. For Head Start for infant toddlers, those would be our early Head Start, 134 is our capacity. Our enrollment is at 119 in the moment, and there's about 15 vacant seats. For our 3K EDY capacity, 8732, EDY enrollment at 4514, and our vacant seats at 4218. 3K SDY, those are our school day, school year seats, 43,210, SDY enrollment at 36,479, and our vacant seats at 6731. For Head Start 3K, 2684, 1,052 enrollment, 832 vacant seats. Our Pre-K EDY, 6162, our EDY enrollment, 2853, and our vacant seats at 3309. Our SDY Pre-K, 66367, enrollment at 54108, and our vacant seats at 12,259. And then finally, our Head Start for Pre-K, 3005, Head Start enrollment, 1758, and our vacant seats at 1247. And I do believe, Chair Joseph, you may have some of this data as well, and we can certainly get this to you again if you need to reference it.
Thank you very much. Let's look at the contracts for a bit. Many providers are currently finding it difficult to continue the program because of late payments. That seems to be a systemic thing, unfortunately. How many outstanding invoices are remaining for FY22 contracts?
Who's dealing with that?
Sorry?
You want it?
Sure, yeah. I could start, and then, yeah, great. So just taking a step back, in November, our chancellor, and under his leadership, he made a commitment to help stabilize the sector, and recognizing that it had been destabilized prior to the pandemic. And in that, we set up a rapid response team in which our early childhood staff supported with targeted supports our providers across their settings to submit close to 4,000 back invoices from FY22, many of which predated our administration going back to the onset of the fiscal year back in 2021. And that was totaling close to $130 million in less than 12 weeks. And so that was a pretty rapid response and pretty supportive for vendors, and really making sure that we can support them with those back invoices. At this time, we will still continue to collect any FY22 invoices if providers have them.
Do we have a number?
We couldn't tell you the estimate that would still be paid.
So that was the question.
Payment would be based on once the invoice is actually submitted to see what their enrollment and their expenses are. But we will certainly still continue to support providers with FY22 invoices, and absolutely they should still submit them.
Okay. And you're speaking of the rapid response team, which is good. Will the administration maintain that team beyond FY 2023? Do you know? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The rapid response team remains in place, and as a result, for FY 23, we have already paid out approximately 3,500 invoices for this fiscal year. We have another 1,700 or so that have been submitted. And the good news is, and this is something that we get a report on every single morning at about 8:30 a.m., we have fewer than 1% of those invoices are over 30 days. So the commitment the Chancellor made was to pay all those invoices within 30 days. And in the vast, vast majority of cases, that is happening. Obviously, we tracked down every one of those 43 that we saw this morning to see what's going on, why it's continuing for more than 30 days. So we made great progress over the last several months.
That's great to hear. I'm sure that you all don't want to see these invoices backlogged any more than the people that want to be paid
Absolutely.
to get that. So,
In fact, I would tell you, Madam Speaker, you know, one of the things we are hard at work is really figuring out how to do this system very differently.
yeah.
Providers should not have to be submitting invoices. They're busy taking care of our babies. And the burden that has been placed on them, we have to have a very different way in which we're engaging our providers. And we are looking at that. And I want our providers to know, I'm here for them. We're not their adversaries. We are trying to support them. We're trying to fix this plane while we're flying it at the same time. And we're committed to doing that.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. I've actually been acquainted with the provider for quite some years, and what they've gone through over the years has been just, it's insane. And I can imagine if I'm aware of one provider, from past experience, how much of this is pervasive throughout the system, and it's really difficult to work with. It tends to hold things up. It holds up programming.
Yep.
In as far as our children are concerned, and a lot more other things. It keeps us from getting the adequate teaching and educators
That's right.
within our organizations as well. So, do you have any number, or on average, how many times are CBO budgets rejected before they're finally approved for payment?
I don't have an average number for that. It does vary, and it's very unique to each budget. For a variety of different reasons, a budget may be rejected. There are errors, there's missing information, and there's an exchange that goes back and forth between staff and the provider, lots of comments and support in really making those corrections and resubmitting it as quickly as possible.
Okay. In looking at new pre-K centers, the OMB director mentioned $760,000 contract with the consulting firm Accenture to map out needs and seats for 3K. Is this a DOE contract?
Emma's going to take that.
Emma.
Thank you very much for the question. It's actually a contract run out of EDC, but DOE is funding it, and the amount we are spending on the Accenture analysis in particular is actually $350,000.
$350,000 through DOE.
From DOE through EDC,
from EDC.
through their contract with
Got it.
Accenture. Yeah, but we're the ones working with them on the
Okay,
project.
do you know when the firm actually started its work?
Could get back on an exact date, I would say a couple months ago,
A couple months ago.
and should be winding up very soon.
Okay, that was going to be my next question, the parameters that you're looking at for the work.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
So Accenture is conducting a needs analysis to really support and help understand where there are areas of unmet need and where there are areas of oversaturation and where there's a need to shift resources. And so that work did begin, to Emma's point, a few months ago, and we're hoping to tie that up in another few months, in the coming months.
Okay, great. So if you're looking to tie that up in the coming months, then when would the council expect a report back?
I think as soon as we have an analysis, that's something that I have committed to Chair Joseph, that we would absolutely want to work in collaboration with her and with you, obviously, Speaker Adams, to share that and to have your support and partnership in working through decisions.
Okay, just a couple more, then I'm going to turn it back over into the hands of the chair. In November 2022, it was announced by DOE and the administration that New York City Public Schools will hold school budgets harmless for any lower than projected enrollment in this year's mid-year adjustment process, ensuring that no school will lose money due to mid-year enrollment losses. Year over year, most schools are still seeing lower enrollment, but the decrease is now smaller than initially expected, again, partially due to migrant students. If some schools do show a decrease in enrollment, how is the DOE planning on maintaining funding to sustain school operations?
For next school year, you mean? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. So as you noted last year, overall funding is linked to enrollment, and that's always been true. So as we've seen a decline of 120,000 students, one would expect to see declines in school budgets. As you noted last year, going into the year, school budgets were held harmless for an additional $160 million out of stimulus money. So that didn't fully hold them harmless from any enrollment losses, which is what had been true before, but it did partially hold them harmless going into last school year. And then through the mid-year adjustment, an additional $200 million went out to school budgets, either through hold harmlesses or through actual increases for schools that had seen additional students coming in. Going into, and all of that money, just to say it, is all stimulus dollars that's being used for all of that. So both of those hold harmlesses are dollars that are going away after next school year. For next school year, the mayor's preliminary budget does include that $160 million for hold harmlesses again, which is the same as what was done at the beginning of last year from a hold harmless perspective. Again, this will not fully hold school harmless, but partially. And again, it is on the stimulus dollars that we're doing that, but that's what we have so far going into next year.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask a couple of questions on our former Education Chair's favorite subject, and that's fair student funding, Mark Traeger. The Fair Student Funding Work Group approved the inclusion of 2 new fair student funding weights after diligent work last year. Would fair student funding, or FSF, be fully funded for school year 2023-2024 based on the preliminary fiscal 2024 budget?
Absolutely.
Yes, the Chancellor
Yes.
says, nodding happily.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So if the new weights to FSF are approved at Panel for Education Policy in April 2023, how much additional is the agency expecting to budget for FSF for 2023-2024 going forward?
Thank you for the question, and big thank you to those of you, including particularly the chair, who sat through all of our Fair Student Funding Working Group meetings and informed the work, and Jan, although I can't see her at this moment. Currently, we are estimating those 2 new weights, one for students in temporary housing, one for students serving the highest concentration of students with additional needs, including students in temporary housing, students in the foster system, low-income students. Together, we estimate $90 million. That, of course, will fluctuate based on the actual enrollment projections, but that's what we're looking at.
How is the agency seeking to fund this? $90 million.
So, as you know, we are still working through the budget process, and where exactly those dollars are coming from is TBD, but it's something we've committed to fund and prioritize going forward, as well as the full fair student funding.
But it won't come out of schools' budgets, that's for
Duly
sure.
noted.
Yes, sorry. That.
Duly noted. Thank you. When the DOE finalizes individual school budgets, can the agency provide us with a breakdown of funding by a school level with comparisons to prior year funding?
Sure.
Great. All right. And my last line of questioning has to do with 2-for-1 hiring. The vacancy reduction memo issued in November described a change in the city's hiring process, ending the policy that allowed agencies to fill 1 of every 2 vacant positions. Since November, has your agency been enabled by OMB to hire to fill all vacant positions, or are you still required to provide 2 vacant positions for every 1 to be hired?
So we are able to actually send to OMB every position that we want to hire for, so it's no longer the 2-for-1.
Okay, so that said, how has your hiring process changed over the last few months?
It's changed minimally. We still have to go through the same vetting process and answer the questions, so only minimally.
Okay, thank you. When we take a look at terms and conditions that were negotiated together, the City Council attaches certain conditions to city agency funding during budget negotiations with the mayoral administration, which we did last year, of course. These conditions usually require agencies to provide data to the City Council, but can also require other types of action. There are multiple units of appropriations or funding tied to the delivery of 11 reports to the Council from the DOE on a range of issues, including busing, UPK, 3K, and early childhood, community schools, and various reports on charter schools. And to date, the Council has yet to receive several of these reports, and those that are shared are post-due by several months as well. What is the department's rationale for these persistent delays, and what can be done to expedite the delivery of these reports?
I would say to you that if you can get me those specific reports to me directly that you're looking for, I will move on those right away. I'm not 100% sure why we've had delays on getting them to you, but I'll look into that right away.
And Chancellor, I guess I'll just ask along those lines. We've got 11 reports with issues with them. Are they given to specific individuals, specific units, specific departments? So we would be looking at a specific department to return these reports?
Yeah. Well, IGA generally coordinates all of this for us, so that's generally the point of reference for you to help. You know, they do the chase down within the agency, very large agency. But I'm very concerned about any significant delays that the council has to suffer through while waiting on us. So yeah, but IGA, Mark, is really who you should work with. But I'm going to pay particular attention to this.
Okay, we'll be sure to get that information to you
Thank you.
post-haste. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Appreciate it.
Chair Joseph, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chancellor. I'd like to recognize the following council members: Councilmember Lee, Councilmember Nurse, Councilmember Felice, and Councilmember Krishna. I just wanted to go back a little bit on 3K for a second. I had a question about 3K. You said, what is the total value of the invoices that has not been processed as of FY22?
Dan, I'm sorry, I can certainly start. Yeah. So we're not certain what that value would be. It all depends on what the invoice is. Some invoices don't result in a payment, and the payment amount is based on enrollment and expenses. So without seeing yet any unsubmitted invoices, it's difficult to estimate what the total might be.
And you have all your resources to make sure that all of these contracts will be paid?
That is correct.
How many staffers work on processing invoices from start to finish, and how does that number compare to last year?
The number of folks right now that currently support with the finance team in early childhood is almost close to 100. 100 different individuals. As we've talked about previously, Chair Joseph, this is also very cross-divisional work, and so there are other divisions within the New York City Public Schools that supports in this payment process, and we're all sufficiently staffed and working together in collaboration to create the systems that are needed to really support invoice payment.
So you have 100. Last year, how many staffers did you have?
I wasn't here last year in the previous fiscal year, but the finance team has remained intact since the onset of my tenure.
We talked about this. The DOE acknowledged the system is flawed, invoicing computing system known as pre-kids. If so, if there's a plan to overhaul the system to make it easier for providers to use?
That's the work that we're looking into now. It is, there are a number of options that we are looking at to really overhaul the entire system. We're not prepared to speak to it now because that's the work that we're doing a deep dive on, figuring out how we get out in front of this so providers are not constantly having to invoice us. Those that are our DOE providers don't have to go through this process. Those who are community-based have a very different process. And so we're looking to figure out how can we align those, but we don't have enough information to share with you just yet to say what that overhaul will actually look like, but that we are in fact committed to an overhaul.
Wonderful. In the last hearing, I had asked this question: why can't providers receive their funds upfront and deal with the paperwork on the back end?
That's a huge part of what it is that we're talking about, and that's the premise that we're trying to work from. There are a number of state and federal laws as well and regulations that are in place that may prevent us from doing some of those things, but that's what we're actually looking at right now. That's where we'd like to go. If I could do it tomorrow, that's what we would do. But there are some stipulations in place that make it a little bit more complex than that, but that's what we're looking at.
I'm sure my providers would be happy. Will DOE commit to hold providers harmless again for 75% of their contract value like they did for FY22?
Is that where we are? Yeah. I mean, I couldn't tell you definitively today that that's what we'll be, but we are still looking at it.
What is the cost estimate to provide pay parity for all CBO teachers, directors, and support staff?
I don't think we have that exact figure. Again, the wages vary. They also vary by setting and by certification status. And so we can certainly get back to you with any additional details around specific salary gaps. But we know that that is certainly a priority for our administration, and we thank you for all of your support and advocacy as well.
Does the Division of School Facilities provide maintenance and operational support for CBO providers? If so, where is that reflected in the budget?
We know that.
We do not.
No? Okay, thank you. Public Advocate wanted me to ask this question because he had to leave about school climate. When an incident happened at a school, what are the steps? For example, yesterday's shooting, what are the steps that are taken to address that?
Well, first of all, we have a central team that we send. Mark Ramperson is the head of our Office of Safety and Youth Development. And depending upon where this situation takes place, Our superintendents also have a team of folks who go and provide a wide range of supports to the schools. And so, depending upon what the issue is, will warrant what the particular response will be. But we're also looking to expand on some of what we're doing to respond as well. Some of it is just very immediate outreach to families and to provide a level of grief counseling to the kids in the school, as well as to the staff. But we're also looking at providing a deeper level of support as well. One of the things we're doing through Project Pivot, as you heard us mention, is these are credible messengers from the community who we're also deploying, but we want to get them more fully involved in the post-violent incident scenario. Many of them are playing a role now up front for us. They're mentoring, they're providing safe passage to and from schools. There's a wide range of supports. But when you have a very specific incident of a shooting, there are some more things I think that we can do. So we're looking at all that.
Thank you. If we talk about, let's stay on school climate for a little bit, can the schools expect to see an increase in restorative justice programs next school year?
We're still looking at that. I don't want to say, listen, we believe in restorative justice. We continue to support our schools' restorative justice programs. We see Project Pivot also as a big part of the restorative justice. It's not called restorative justice, but it is in essence a restorative justice initiative as well, which we're also looking to expand. I think for us, anything that we can do to engage members from our community, as this notion of the village, being much more involved with our schools and not just school personnel, is something that we're looking to support.
How do you track data from Project Pivot? If so, what data are you using to track it? And can you also engage the council in sharing that data with us?
Yeah. And Project Pivot is very new. We've just started over the last several months, but we're certainly looking to track it, particularly by incidents, because one of the places that we have gone into with the Project Pivot have been some of our highest incident schools that have had the greatest number of incidents throughout the city. That's where we have started. We want to expand it beyond that as well. But the goal here is to ensure that more of our, that we're able to reduce the number of incidents, in fact, that are happening in school and outside of schools. One of the things we're really happy is that our numbers of incidents in our schools have not increased dramatically. What has increased are the number of weapons that our kids have brought to school. That has increased dramatically, but not necessarily the number of incidents in schools. What has increased is the number of incidents happening across the street from the school, around the corner. All of these incidents that we're watching on the news, they're not happening in schools. They're up the block. And the kids are telling us they're bringing these weapons to school not to deal with issues that they have problems with their classmates. It's to protect themselves as they're going to and from school. It's one of the reasons why the mayor had actually brought every New York City principal. We all got together on a Zoom with the mayor, together with NYPD as well, and said, we're not going to militarize our schools. We're not bringing the police into our schools. But what we are doing is to say we want to make sure that we're in communication so that if they're hearing about things that are going to manifest 2 blocks away from the school, we need to know. We need to be working together to ensure that we can stop those things and prevent those things from happening. And we certainly want all of that data to be represented within the work of Project Pivot and even beyond Project Pivot. But to the degree that we have the data that's being compiled, and again, we're very early on, we'll certainly share any of it with you.
Absolutely. As you may know, data drives an educator's instruction, so it should also drive policy and how we invest money in young people and in restorative programs. There was an article that came out in Chalkbeat a couple of weeks about absenteeism. About 200,000 students went missing. We have no idea. So what is the administration's plan to combat that, especially for the most vulnerable students? And is there any plan in the budget? Is it reflected in the budget for that?
Yeah, let me have, I'm going to have Flavia Puello-Perdomo come and speak to that. She leads this office. When we came on board, chronic absenteeism was already at about 40% when we assumed office. We are trending in the right direction. We're down to 30%. It's a 10% decrease. Still a long way to go. But Flavia, could you speak a little bit about some of the efforts that we've been engaged in?
Absolutely, I can. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
So as the Chancellor mentioned, post-pandemic, chronic absenteeism has been a critical issue for New York City public schools and districts across the country, also internationally as well. One of the things that we're doing, as the Chancellor is mentioning, is working in partnership with superintendents. So something new that this administration put in place is to ensure that each superintendent's office at a local level has a dedicated point to support with attendance intervention and policy. In addition to that, chronic absenteeism is really about being proactive. It's not about waiting for a student to be permanently absent to figure out where they are, but it's about looking on a month-to-month basis, any student who's in school less than 90% of the time, which I think is a critical pivot to prior ways in which we have looked at attendance. In addition to that, some of the efforts that we're doing, like Project Pivot, like Community School, is all around looking at wrap-around supports, Success Mentor, ensuring that every student is paired with an adult that knows that student, that they feel deeply connected to that student. Also, my team centrally is providing on-site coaching to the schools directly, partnering with community-based organization and ensuring that we're calling students when they are out. So as an example, our new central system allows any parent who's registered for New York City account to get an automatic message when students are out. So those are all new strategies that were not in place a year ago that we have, and it's an area that we continue to pay attention critically to ensure that we know why students are not coming in and that we mitigate those barriers.
Chair Joseph, let me just say this as well. And thank you, Flavia. I appreciate that. Those are technical responses. Those are strategies that we're putting in place. We want to get kids back to school. We want to reduce chronic absenteeism. We've got to change the overall experience that our kids are even having in our schools. It's a big part of the pillar of what we're talking about. Reimagining the school experience. Many of our kids are coming off of this pandemic, and many of them have given up on school because they feel like schools have given up on them. It's not anything having to do with any of the particular teachers or anything. They don't find the relevancy in school. I visited Rikers Island, and I spoke to a group of young men, and I asked them about their stories. How did you wind up here? And every one of them told me about the eventual disconnect from school. They were just going to school every day, but not having a relevant experience. But yet they were at Rikers Island, and they were doing HVAC training, electrical, plumbing. They were learning skills. And one of the young men put his hand up and said, "Mister, if I was doing these things while I was in school, I would have gone to school every day." And I just thought about how profound that was. There's young people saying that they're finding themselves when they go to jail. We need to provide those opportunities and experiences in our schools. That's what Bright Starts and Bold Futures is really all about. The investments that we're making in this career technical education, career pathways work, giving our kids a reason to be in school. And it's really hard to do all of that if they can't read. It's just mind-blowing to me. I hear very little from very few people who talk to me about reading. I hear about lots of other programs, but the most fundamental core problem that our school system has is that 25, 30 years ago, we went to a different approach to how we teach our kids to read, and our kids are not reading. And by the time they're in third grade, if they're not fluent readers, they're fighting an uphill battle. And many of them give up on themselves over time. That is what I am singularly focused on as my top priority, is to ensure that all of these kids learn to read. Because by the time they're in the 9th, 10th, 11th grade, and they don't have that reading fluency, then I've got to spend even more money on all these various programs that we all think are really important because we didn't get it right in the beginning. And our kids are not having a good experience because they're in the 8th grade and they read on a 3rd grade level. And so all these other things are just playing around on the margin because the core mission of what this agency is supposed to do, it has failed to do. With smart people, people who love kids are committed because the approach to how we teach kids to read has failed miserably. We're going to turn that around.
If I was with you on that trip, and I turned around to you and I said, if we don't do what we got to do on the outside, more of our children will end up in Rikers Island. I was with you on
That's
that
right.
trip. I remember that young man.
Yeah.
So that is the reason why we're here today, to make sure we're fighting for that young man that no longer entering the system as they are.
Yes.
This is why this council, this speaker, invested and expanded CTE training to make sure that young people have a pathway
That's right.
to reading. We abandoned reading what we knew. We abandoned the basics
That's right.
because we were being fancy. We need to go back to the basics and teach our students. Third grade, the window is closed
Yeah.
on reading, unfortunately, but we've got to go back to the basics.
I
to do
appreciate that, and I appreciate your leadership in this council.
I'm going to go back to climate for a minute. The PMMR shows that other incidents increase in schools at 6,000. School safety and fiscal 2027. Please explain, what is considered other incidents?
Ask it again. You said what? I want to make sure I got the question clear.
The PMMR shows other incidents increased to 6,000 in schools in 2022. So what does that mean, other incidents around schools? It just said other incidents.
I don't know off the top. I'd have to take another look and be real clear about what the quote unquote other incidents might be. If they're not, it might be referring to bullying. It might be referring to a wide range of other things that they just kind of lumped all together. We can give you a full-on definition of what's wrapped up in that.
We would love a breakdown.
Other incidents.
We would love a breakdown. We're going to have our favorite conversation around FSF, which is Mark Traeger's favorite conversation.
Can we get Mark Traeger up here at the table? Maybe.
We know FSF funding provides schools with funding bases on their projected enrollment. As we saw this year, when the numbers of students out of school decline, the school budget gets reduced. How many students are currently enrolled in the New York City Public Schools? And how does the numbers compare to last year's enrollment?
You have it?
Do you have this year's enrollment number?
It's, we'll get you the exact number. I think,
You didn't do your homework?
it's approximately, 3K to 12, it's approximately 903,000.
And last year's enrollment? I'm looking for this year and last year's.
Yep, let me find that.
Thank
We were down 1.8% this year. That's our projection from last year, but I'll find the actual overall numbers.
Yeah, we'll have that in just a moment.
All right. How many schools are currently slated to receive a reduction in FSF funding for 2023-2024 year for their current funding based on declining enrollments?
So we don't have final projections for the FY 2020, for fiscal year that starts next year. So those are still in process and being developed. I think right now they're being reviewed by principals and superintendents. Our enrollment office works with them to get the school-by-school projections, and then budgets are based off of those.
And you will kindly share that with the council as well. Thank you. Have the influx of migrant students into the school system have been taken into account when determining school budgets for FY24?
Yes, so where those students are in our schools now, those are being worked into projections for next year. There are cases of students coming in and then leaving, of course, so school by school, we're looking at what that looks like, but those students that are now enrolled are being worked into the projection process for next year.
Talking about 14,000 students, yeah.
And Chair,
And growing.
excuse me, I'm sorry, Chair, that number from last year was 919,000, and preliminary for this year, 903,000. That's 3K to 12.
All right.
And what
Which
do you have?
well, we would say over the many years, we always said we had 1.1 million students in our schools. We no longer have that.
You have to find out why.
Can I, Chair Joseph, just one thing,
Sure.
I think you know this, but just so folks know, as those migrant students have been entering our schools for this year, we've also put out additional FSF funds for the schools as they've come in. So we've currently put out, I think, an additional 80 million-ish in FSF funds for schools that have enrolled those students this year as well as working them into next year.
And to date, how many asylum seekers do we have in our system?
I think we believe the number, as you know, we don't track it quite like that, but the number is about 14,000, as the chancellor said, that we've had come in.
Thank you. We're going to go to Carter cases. Since FY 2016, DOE has been budgeted to pay costs for students with disability placed in private schools. The largest share of the spending comes from CARTA cases. The amount of city spending on CARTA cases has been growing rapidly in recent years, and in the fiscal year 2022, city spending on CARTA case has reached a new high of $918 million, which is more than 80% increase over the $499 million spent by the city just 3 years ago. In the current fiscal year, DOE budgeted again an additional $445 million at adopted, and in preliminary plan to increase its budget for CARTA cases by 220, totaling approximately $666 million. Yet again, DOE budgeted another $445 million for CARTA cases in fiscal 2024. What is the total cost to date on CARTA cases?
So, Chair, we expect that to grow to over $1 billion this year. We obviously don't have the final figures, but as you are 100% accurate, those numbers have exploded over the last several years, and that is for tuition, as you're saying, for private schools, but also for services for students who are in parochial and other schools.
So the total cost to date is how much? Just need it for the record.
The projection is over $1 billion this year. We will get you the exact figure as that firms up.
Yeah, last year, we were about 900 million, over 900 million, so the numbers are still growing.
How many cases were settled to date?
I believe for this year to date, the number is about 3,000 cases.
3,000?
I believe so. Dennis, do you have something different?
What was the average settlement fee per case? For which years were these settlements?
It's over $50,000 average. It obviously varies, but it's approximately $57,000 per case.
What does the agency continue to budget? Why does the agency continue to budget for $400 million when the actual 3-year average cost is $812 million?
That continues to be what is built into our budget with OMB at the beginning of the year, although the number has, as you noted, outstripped that each year for a number of years now, and we project it will again this year.
Why? Why does the numbers keep going up? That's one of the things I know in the last hearing I spoke about. If we are providing the related services and support for our students with mandated IEPs, why are we seeing the numbers going up? And they're ballooning. And then the last I saw in a report was what, $2.2 billion? That's a lot of money to spend on private schools when we can have the services in our schools.
The greatest share of the growth, Chair, is we can get you specific numbers on this, is actually for students in non-public schools. So these are not students who necessarily were ever in our schools or looking to attend our schools, but they're in non-public schools who are receiving services such as SET services. So that's fueling a lot of the growth, as opposed to families that are seeking private school tuition based on a claim that their child can't be served adequately in a public school.
If I can also just jump in with one clarification, I believe, and you should totally tell me if this is wrong. I think that that $2.2 billion is larger than just the Carter case number. That $2.2 billion also includes a set of other ways dollars are leaving us for.
Does that include Carter cases as well?
It does include Carter cases, but it also includes state contract schools where students with severe disabilities are going. It also includes the federal government requires us to send Title I funds, some proportion to private schools. So it's just a larger bucket that the Carter number is closer to the billion.
So when the students leave you, it also leaves you with the Title I funding as well?
A portion of federal Title I and the other title funds are required, this has always been true, are required to go to private schools, yes.
Okay.
Small portion.
It's still a lot of money. Still a lot of money okay.
And this is something we welcome an opportunity to even work with you on. What do we do to wrestle it down? Because this is a major issue, and it has exploded over the last several years.
And this is, Chair, as you know, we, under the mayor and the chancellor's leadership, we are opening up additional dyslexia programs and programs for students with print-based disabilities. The chancellor mentioned in his testimony additional investments in ASD Nest for students on the autism spectrum. We're doing that to provide quality services to students who may not be getting them right now because there's not enough supply of those quality programs. One of the outcomes of that should be, over time, fewer families that are seeking private school tuition to serve their children.
Also, related services in terms of OT, PT, speech pathology, psychiatrists, and all of the support system that is supposed to happen.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now we're gonna get into, I'm gonna be jumping around a little bit. Charter schools. The governor's executive proposal include opening the charter cap statewide as well as reissuing 21 new so-called zombie charters. This could mean more charter schools could open in New York City, which already met its charter cap of 290 in 2020. This fiscal year, DOE is paying $189 million in charter lease subsidies, for which the state reimbursed at a rate at 60% leaves the cost to the city at about $76 million. This is in addition to $9.5 million in which annual rent DOE pays directly to lease the buildings for 6 charters for which there's no state reimbursement. Firstly, considering the cost, the preliminary budget decreased funding for charter schools by $65 million. What is this decrease attributes to?
I don't know that.
That I don't know, but I'll get you an answer very quickly.
Oh,
For the question.
very quickly, okay. What additional costs does DOE foresee in the fiscal 2024 budget if the cap were lifted?
If the cap were lifted, OMB's estimate is about $1.2 to $1.3 billion in additional costs.
Not that would be phased in over multiple years as the additional charters are open. So that's not an FY24 cost necessary.
Yes, thank you.
Does it have an impact on our New York City kids? This is for the
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we currently have 140,000 students that are in charter schools right now. We have nearly 300 charter schools, 124 currently co-located in our traditional public schools. As you said, close to $200 million that's being paid for leases for the schools. So what happens is that, first of all, we are mandated by state law that if a charter school is approved and authorized, we have to find space for that charter school. We're the only city in the state that has this mandate on us, that we have to find that space. So when we are trying to locate a charter school co-locate them inside of a traditional public school, and the community rises up and says, there's no room, we don't want them here, it's not a good fit, that doesn't get us off the hook. We still have to find space for them. And if we have to find private space for them, we pay for that more than we would be paying if they were in our traditional public schools. That's why we work so hard to try to find the space for them in our traditional public schools. So right now, currently paying almost $200 million. Those are dollars that, in fact, could be used in our traditional public schools, but we are mandated by the state to pay those dollars to locate the charter schools.
Will you have to use existing funds within the budget to cover the cost, or this will be new funding added?
Depends on what the state.
For additional charters? So some of the costs the state does provide additional funds for. So per student, there's a per student cost that the state covers some of, but not all of. As you said, for facilities, the state reimburses some, but not all, but there will definitely be additional cost to the city budget in addition to whatever the state would provide.
And this rolls in right into class size. A lot of these times the charter schools come into the building. We have no space. And I visit schools, and Chancellor, we both visit schools.
Sure.
Public schools have no space, and now you have a class size law coming into effect. What is the total expected cost of the newly passed class size laws? And those are the reasons why we fight so hard to make sure we can't co-locate. Class size come into effect, there's no space. And there are times charter schools just take up the space to take up the space. And I visited schools where classrooms are closed, rooms are closed, and no one is using it, but yet the public schools kids cannot use the space. So we have to be fair and to be fair. So now class size is coming into effect. So that's why you see a lot of parents and families are fighting no co-location.
Sure.
When you put this law into place, where are they going to go? Where are students in public schools are going to go? So what is the total expected cost of the newly passed class size law, capital and expense, if you can?
Yep. Yep. So let me just say, first of all, our reasonable projection, first of all, we're given 5 years for the full-on rollout of the class size. Our expectation is that K-12, we are going to have to spend close to, we're going to have to hire about an additional 9,000 teachers. So let me tell you what that looks like. What the law calls for, the class size law, the mandate for class size in K-3 is 20. It's interesting because our average class size right now in K-3 is 22.1. For 3 to 8, grades 3 to 8, the mandate is 23. Our average class size right now is 24.7. And for the high school students, the mandate is 25. Our average class size right now, while there are many schools that are greater than that, is 23.7. This is all because of the loss of the number of students that we've actually had. For us to reach the markers that we need on this class size over the next 5 years, we think we're fine over the next couple of years. It's by the time we hit year 3 through 5 is when the challenge is going to happen. And then let's just talk about what we see, some of our projections on costs and capital expense as well.
Yes, Chair. On the expense side, we estimate an additional cost when this law is fully phased in of $1.3 billion. On the capital side, we to fully meet the mandate, we estimate a cost of $30 to $35 billion.
Thank you.
And what that is going to also potentially talk about is some of these temporary classroom units, because we're going to be mandated to find the additional space. And I know a lot of us don't like those temporary units.
Oh, I know my council member Felice hates them.
In the schoolyard. So I'm very clear. None of us like those, but that will probably become a reality for us as we are doing the build out that this mandate is going to require us to do. It's interesting when I talk to school principals who say, "Listen, I've got a second grade teacher who's got 21 kids in her class. She's fine. It's not going to be up to her. If the mandate is 20, you're going to have to hire that additional teacher." So if you're a principal of your school and you say, "But I wanted to use those dollars for a different level of programming," it's not up to you. It's not up to the teacher. It's not up to the principal. It's going to be mandated to hire the additional teachers to bring that class size down. And we're going to be also mandated, if we got to build out more space in the school, whatever it is that we have to do, that's the mandate of the law. And we're going to be forced to be in compliance with that law.
Yeah, but research also shows that smaller classrooms, students tend to do much better. And the TCU units were mostly built in the Bronx, which again, when we visit them, they were not equitably spread out throughout the city. There are none in Manhattan. If you take a look at TCUs, anybody who knows anything about them, if you ever look, there were none ever built in Manhattan.
Well, I will tell you, most of our larger classes actually exist in our higher income neighborhoods. And so what you're going to have is these extra dollars that are going to be mandated are going to be going into these places, including schools like Brooklyn Tech and Bronx Science and Stuyvesant High School. The extra dollars and extra teachers are going to be going to those schools as a result of this particular mandate. And so it's a body of work that we're going to have to be looking at and figuring out how we can work together to make sure that there's a level of equity that is shared across the system. It's going to be a challenge. First couple of years, we'll be fine. But years 3 through 5, we're going to see some real challenges.
Thank you. I want to pass on over to my council member Stevens for questions. And I'm also acknowledging council member Ung.
Hello, good morning. How's everyone doing?
Good morning.
I just have a couple of questions. I know the public advocate already spoke about it earlier, that there was 3 shootings around schools yesterday. One of the students that was shot and seriously injured is from my district, and I've been corresponding with his mom since yesterday, since the incident. And I know that Project Pivot is a $9 million investment and operating within cohorts of 138 schools throughout the city. And it's really been sold as like reimagining public safety for schools. So can you talk about how the CBO partners were chosen, how they're paired with the schools, and what's the actual goal of it? Because I know it's saying like reimagining public safety, but what does that really look like? And is this similar to like CMS sites? Are those the ones that are those mostly the ones that's on the list for the CBOs? So I guess we'll start there because I asked about 4 questions.
Yeah. So Project Pivot in many ways is a response to what we have heard from lots of community folks, as well as our elected officials, who have said to us over and over again, as it relates to safety, we don't just want it to be a police response. As part of what the public advocate said here today, the answer can't simply be more school safety, more police. That's our response. How do you get the community involved? Project Pivot is a community involvement initiative. There are groups like Elite Learners who are out in East New York. They're in several different schools. They provide a wide range of supports in the schools that they're working in. They work very closely in the schools during the day. They provide safe passage to school, after school. They got a van. The folks who are in the schools that they're in say they are an essential part of providing a different level of climate for the kids. They're mentoring students.
Yeah, and I agree, because listen, I'm one of the people who advocated to say that we need more CBOs and programs in schools, so I'm one of the folks who was, I was supporting it 100%. Could you talk a little bit about like how were those partners chosen, and just could you give us a little bit like how are they paired with schools? Because when I had conversation with some of the providers, they said that it was a little bit wonky as like they're on a list, but they have to do a lot of the outreach to the schools and kind of like lobby the principals to get into these schools. So could you talk about how these partners are really paired and what does that really look like? And is it like the holistic goal to look at, all right, we're looking at these programs that have been successful and they're going here. So could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So a lot of these are organizations, and many of them folks of color. The overwhelming majority of them are folks of color who are from these neighborhoods which have had these high levels of incidents across our schools. Many of them have been doing work in the communities for a long time, and quite a few of them without any real dollars or very limited dollars. And so we made a commitment that we were going to get them into the game, that we wanted them to be much more involved, and that we were going to put some funding behind them. So they were identified, I think, through a wide. I don't know if we put out an RFP. I don't recall, but we put some folks in front of this, in charge of this program, and we have been meeting with many of these groups for months before we even started the program. On Saturdays, we would spend Saturdays meeting with them, talking to them about the needs across the schools, how we could ultimately all work together. Our partnering them with specific schools was around identifying those schools, meeting with the leaders of those schools, and then introducing them to many of these organizations to try to find the right fit, because they don't all do the same exact things.
No, agree.
And that's why we say it. So in many ways, you're right. It is a little wonky, if you will, but the overarching goal is to create a greater culture and climate in the schools, to provide a greater level of support, particularly for those kids where the principal would come to us and say, I've got this young man, I've got this young woman. We don't know what in the world to do with them. We don't know how to help them. We need help. That's what these groups are there to try to do, to provide that level of support for the young people who otherwise might find themselves engaged in that negative behavior in school and outside of school. So we're still working it through. Like I said, they've only been at work now for just a few short months, and we're meeting with them regularly also to talk about lessons learned, what are they going through, how do we improve on this program and make it tighter and more efficient.
I definitely will love to talk more offline about this, because this is something that is very prevalent in my community. And like I said, I was one of the people who advocated to say that we need more CBOs and community-based programs in our schools. And I think this is the right route. But like I said, I've spoken to some of the providers and they said it's been a little bit wonky. And so definitely want to just kind of like talk so we can like work through some of the kinks and get to the other side. Because like I said, one of my 17-year-old students was shot yesterday in critical condition.
Yeah.
And this is just like totally unacceptable. And this is a failure on all of our parts, right? Like it's not just the public school side, it's also on the CBO side, it's all of us. I say anytime a young person is lost, it's our failure as adults. Absolutely. And so want us to just make sure that we're tightening this up and working together. I just have one more question. I'm so sorry, really quickly. And so we also, just talking about one, I heard the numbers around like leasing for charter schools, which I think is crazy and really ridiculous. But I did want to just talk, because I know, especially with charter schools, they typically have a very large budget for marketing, outreach. I mean, even on the first day of school, I had charter schools outside my public schools giving out flyers, trying to recruit kids and literally pulling kids from public schools. So can you talk about like what's the budget for recruitment for public schools, and what does that look like? Because historically, that has not been something that the DOE has had to do, or you said today we want to talk about public school system. What have you guys have historically have not done that in the past? So how are we moving forward in that direction? Because that's, to me, is one of the reasons why we're losing a lot of our kids to charter, because they aggressively recruit. I mean, they have adds up buses, and even sometimes you walk into a public school that are co-located, you will see a sign up that's advertising programs, and the public school will be having just as many programs, but there's no like mention of these things. So can we talk about what recruitment looks like, what retention looks like, and how, and what's the plan around this, and how much money we're actually going to be investing in that?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So yes, you're 100% accurate. In the past, centralized marketing and recruitment for schools has not been done district by district. Most of the marketing in our New York City public schools has been around apply and enroll campaigns, which you are familiar with, that are seasonal. We are consolidating marketing budgets around the agencies, working with specific districts, particularly districts like 7 in the Bronx and others, who see a high percentage of charter influx in their neighborhoods. We are increasing our digital outreach and prioritizing digital communication about our schools, about the great things that are happening in our schools, as well as working individually with respective departments on new campaigns, digital, that you'll see in and around the subway, public and upcoming campaigns around summer meals, summer rising, language access, and others. But we are ramping up to increase our spending on recruiting public school students.
Yeah, this is Deputy Chancellor Lloyd. This is something that we have also made another priority for us, which is, I'm in total agreement with you. The New York City Public Schools has not had a good enough marketing strategy. There is amazing work that happens in these schools and in all of your districts. I'm sure every member here can point to schools that are in your district that people would line up to go to if they knew more about it. That is where we're trying to go. As I came into this office, you got marketing dollars that are spread out across dozens of offices. We're centralizing that now so that we can really have a greater level of control and focus and drive. Not all of the charter schools have a huge marketing budget. Some of the big ones do, but there are a lot of the smaller mom and pop charters as well who don't have the millions of dollars for that. But it is an important notion. I appreciate you raising it, and I think we can all play a role in helping to lift up and to celebrate what's actually going on in our schools. Because if more parents and families knew about the great work that's actually going on, I think they would be more inclined to send their children.
100% agree. And, District 9, we're killing the game over there. It's one of the secrets that people don't like to talk about. They always like to talk about the failing scores, but not all the amazing work and all the kids that are being super successful coming out of those places. And so for me, it is important that we are advertising and supporting our schools in that way. Thank you.
And I would just say, I don't know if they get ready to shift, but I would just say this. To any council member that's here, we invite you, please, share with us the schools that you think should be lifted up and celebrated.
All the ones in District 9.
Every single one of them?
Yep.
All right, you got it. We'll start with that.
All right.
But that's my point, is that that's the way you turn around the narrative. Changing the name from DOE to New York City Public Schools is a piece. Highlighting those schools in District 9 and the other places that are in your own districts. I often get asked about, when I'm at town halls and everything, about all the things that people see as problems. But what I also try to say to folks is, tell me something that's working. Everything can't be broken. And every member would tell me, well, I've got this school, this principal, it's phenomenal. Let's lift that up at the same time while we're all talking about the other things that we do need to fix. Because otherwise we stay in a deficit narrative. And that's when people hear that and they say, I don't need to be part of those public schools. let me go find someplace else to go to, because all they hear about are just the problems. We don't give nearly enough attention to the great stories that are actually happening in our schools, and there's great work happening every single day. Appreciate it.
I would just briefly build on those comments and also invite all of the council members. Some of you are doing this. You have very close relationships with the superintendents. Each of our superintendents was chosen by the chancellor based on their ability to connect with community. Each of them is charged with coming up with an enrollment strategy that is specific to their communities, their neighborhoods. Some of them, Councilmember Stevens, we have one of our superintendents in the Bronx who's going online with the charter parents, asking them why they're enrolling their kids in charter.
Is it Harry? Because he's amazing.
I'm not going to disclose the name here, but I'm sure it's somebody you will think very, very highly of. And so we have got to, at the superintendent, the district level, as well as at the school level, there's nothing stopping us from marketing any of this. And so we have got to be very close to what it is that parents are asking for. In the case of the superintendent I'm talking about, one of the answers that he got over and over again was after school. So he's thinking about how to move resources. We're going to help him do that to create more after school. We've got to be very, very responsive, as the chancellor says. This is one of his pillars, to what it is that parents are asking for. If we do that, then we're going to see enrollment increase.
Thank you. Councilmember Menon.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I wanted to follow up on a question that the speaker had asked about this Accenture contract. You had mentioned it's for $350,000, and my understanding it is to map out needs and seats for 3K. So my question is, how is a company like Accenture going to be able to do that without doing real community outreach? I have a concern about that.
Yeah, so Accenture is part of it. It's a good, thank you for the question, Council Member. You're exactly right. We are also going to be doing, part of our research is at the community level, doing focus groups and outreach and so forth. What Accenture will bring to the table, which is valuable, is looking at the numbers and doing projections at a local level and then at a city level, what the demand is likely to be. And this is not just in 3K, it's going to be very, very helpful because it'll also be pre-K and infant toddler, so that we have on that aspect of it, we understand what the numbers are telling us. Obviously, we then have to do some community-based work, which we are also planning to do.
So what is going to happen with the 3K outreach team? I'd asked about this in a previous hearing, but my specific question is there was a dedicated 3K outreach team that had lived in the Office of Student Enrollment that had moved from the Division of Early Childhood in 2018. So what has happened to that team? Weren't they really responsible for 3K outreach? Who, moving forward, is going to be responsible for it?
So you're 100% correct. That team, which this was a prior administration, I wasn't here, but I understand that was a launch team when 3K was launched. It got folded into our overall outreach team, which is doing extensive outreach for 3K. Deputy Chancellor Ahmed went through some of the things we're doing. Some of you may have seen in subways and bus stops doing advertising. So it is part of the larger outreach team. The good news is we've got 3K applications up by 27% this year. We'll get you the final numbers as a result in part of that outreach. So it's not a 3K team. It is part of a larger outreach team, but they are doing targeted outreach on 3K.
And how many staff members are in this new dedicated outreach team?
I'll have to get you the overall number, but it's a significant team.
And how many languages does the outreach team speak?
I don't know how many languages specifically the members of the outreach team speak, but they are doing outreach in the 9 primary languages. So for example, the advertising campaign, the social media campaign, but most of the advertising is being done in ethnic media and local community outlets in our 9 primary languages.
Okay, because I do have a concern on the outreach. I know you mentioned that there have been emails and texts to families that have signed up, but we're trying to reach the families that haven't signed up. the hard-to-reach families that might not know about 3K. And so I really want to urge agency to think outside of the box, to use WhatsApp and other ways to reach these families. I say this as someone who ran the census where, again, we were trying to reach hard-to-reach families. I don't, and that's, again, why I'm asking about the 3K outreach team, because I just want to say I remain concerned that it seems like that team has been disbanded and that, the agency is using sort of a different approach.
I wouldn't say appreciate it, and we would love to partner with you, Councilmember Menon, and tap into your expertise and any council member who wants to partner on. We can always do more outreach. Just to be clear, 3K outreach was not disbanded. The unit was folded into the larger enrollment team, but they are doing targeted 3K outreach. They continue to do that.
Okay, I want to say this, and I said this at a prior hearing, I am hearing from some of those staffers that they say that they're not doing outreach on 3K, so I just want to try to get to that discrepancy if we could. But I want to move on. I know I just have 1 minute left. Carter cases, I'm hearing from a lot of families in my district who say they have very long wait times for reimbursement. One family contacted us that was waiting 2 years for reimbursement. So could you talk a little bit about what is the average reimbursement time on these Carter cases?
Yeah, that's a great question. Obviously, no family should wait 2 years or anything like that for reimbursement. We're happy, by the way, to look. I know that's not the specific point of your question, but happy to look into that particular case.
You.
But I don't have an average for you. But one thing, our Office of General Counsel is focused on resolving those cases much more quickly, even as the numbers are expanding. So I will get you the numbers, but the average time it is taking to resolve the case, which isn't the same as payment, but it's the first step, that time is getting much, much shorter to resolve the case.
Okay, if we could get the information, though, on the average time for the reimbursement, because that's really where the families are concerned about.
We will get that to you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Menon. I just have a quick follow-up. What is the DOE's partnership with the Mayor's new Office on Early Childhood?
You want to talk about? We sat down most recently. It's relatively new, and so we've sat down. We've already had a couple of meetings with them. You want to talk a little bit about what we're planning?
Yeah, sure. I've been meeting in particular with the new executive director and her assistant director, and their work has really been centered on helping to coordinate all of our agencies across the city that support young children and their families. And so, they're just embarking on their work, and we will continue to support in their efforts as they're supporting in ours. Yeah,
we're very early on in this relationship. And of course, the most immediate thing for us was we want to get these providers paid. That was like our number one priority. We've even been talking about, but now we've shifted in our most recent conversation with them around how do we fix this plane while we're flying it? How do we change the system so that we're not perennially in this space of just playing catch up all the time? So they got some ideas around how we could do that as well. That's why I opened up earlier on saying I don't have anything to announce on that yet, but we are looking very deeply at how do we fix this system?
Is it going to be working in collaboration with early childhood at New York City Public Schools, or is it a separate agency?
Well, they're a separate mayoral agency, but they're going to be working very collaboratively with us for sure.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Narcisse.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you to bring all your staff. That's mean all the questions going to be answered. I'm so happy I see so many folks here in front of us. And thank you, Madam Speaker. And Traeger, you're in my district, you're my constituent. Let's make it happen. Follow the money, because every cent that I have, I'm trying to put it in school building. I'm very close with principals and superintendent. I'm a product. I benefit from coming from Haiti, and my children benefit from public school. So I have a skin in the game. That's what Jamaican said. Yes. So how did the cuts to school budgets impact school ability to keep their counselors, the nurses, and their staff at large? Make it short for me to cover the subject, right. And long enough. Yeah.
Now I'm nervous. So we thank you for the question. So in terms of nurses and counselors, we still do have a nurse in every building and funding for that. We do have a nursing shortage across the city, and so that is something we're constantly working with our partners at DOHMH to solve, but there's funding for that, and we still have a commitment to nurse in every building, and then ditto in every school access to a social worker or counselor as well.
So,
Some of that,
you finished?
I was just going to say some of that is dependent on the stimulus dollars we've been talking about.
Okay.
So relevant in the future.
So how does public school tracking school access support? Like how you know where they need support, and for the school, do you track that?
Yeah, well, I mean, when you say support, just
The support within the school building, let's say for nurses, for whatever the support they need in the school. How you keep track of all the schools?
Yeah. So
how you do that?
Yeah, so we work very specifically through our superintendents, right? That's part of the reason why our superintendents each have their own 25 to 30 schools that they have. We meet with them on a regular basis, and they have tracking systems of all these things across the schools. So to the degree that, they make us aware around the issues and the challenges of what those additional supports are that are needed. Because it varies from school to school, but we really work a lot through our superintendents on that.
Okay, let's go back to the nurses, bus paraprofessionals and nurses. We understand there are students who are still waiting for the DOE to assign a mandated bus paraprofessional or nurse, while waiting students who need this support are not allowed to ride the bus. How many students are currently still waiting to be assigned their mandated bus paraprofessional?
Christina, you want to speak to it? Yeah. It's Christina Foti from leads our Office of Special Education.
Good morning. I will follow up with the exact number, but we know that this is remains a critical issue. We've been contracting where we have shortages, but I will get you the exact number.
Thank you. How many students have a mandate for a nurse on the bus? I guess it's you again?
Have a mandate for a nurse on the bus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same answer. I'm going to
Same answer. What step is DOE taking to ensure all students have their mandated bus nurse or paraprofessional this year and beyond?
Yes, so we've been working with superintendent and district offices to ensure that when a school cannot provide a paraprofessional on the school bus, that a posting is extended district-wide to try to recruit a paraprofessional from the district outside of the school. And in instances where we still cannot surface a paraprofessional, we've been working with contracted agencies to try to contract that service. We are working with DOHMH on the nursing issue as well to ensure that every student has a nurse on the school bus. We certainly do not want a lack of a nurse or a paraprofessional to be a reason why a child misses school, and I will definitely follow up on the exact numbers.
By the way, I'm a registered nurse over 30 years. That's my interest. I have a skin in that game too.
You sure do.
I have another question for you. We have certificate giving in our high schools. How many certificates that we've been giving for, let's put it in 2 years, in the past 2 years? Because they're not getting a high school diploma. They're getting certificate, which cannot lead to college. So how many of that we have in the past 2 years?
Yes, I think you're asking for graduation outside of the typical diploma.
Mm-hmm.
Before I leave today, I'm going to try to get all three of those numbers.
Chair, one more question, if I may. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dropout, Code 39. When our children in the school, right, in regular high school, now they decided high school is not for them, they want to do a trade. Because it's not a DOE's program, those kids are putting out for dropout. And that impacts our high school in the Black and Browns community. Mm-hmm. So what can we do to turn that table? Mm-hmm. Because those kids, not every one of them can be a doctors or lawyers, but they can get a skill if they choose to do so.
Absolutely, yeah. No,
so what can we do?
No, we're already working on that. That's a huge part of the work that as part of our career pathways work. where we are creating opportunities for kids to get the kind of skills, credentials that they need so that when they graduate, even if they're not going to college, they can step right into the world of work. So we have launched a number of initiatives already focused on that, and we're going to continue to build that. That is our, when I talk about the theme, Bright Starts and Bold Futures, that's exactly what we're talking about. The Bright Starts is the early literacy, making sure all of our kids can read on grade level, and the Bold Futures is all the career technical education, the career work, the college work, all of the stuff that says when you leave our schools, what are the real opportunities for you? Because there's nothing worse than for them to graduate and have a diploma, but they don't have any real options. And so that's what we are focused on, and we're working to continue to build on those programs. We're just getting started.
All right. Last year, I've been busy. I didn't have time to be your best friend, but I'm going to be in your office calling you. You're going to be annoyed by me because I believe in possibility and opportunity in the Black and brown communities, and I know you believe in that too.
Absolutely.
So what I would like to see, we talk about reading.
Yes.
So I would like to see every time I turn on Channel 12 or wherever, my Facebook, wherever, I have to see a child, a Black or brown child with a book reading, because that's what I had done for my own children, and it can be done, and we need to promote that. And I'm in agreement with you. All children, by the time they're in 3rd grade, they should be able to read, no matter what they need, because every child are gifted and talented if we invest in them. So let's invest in our children. We can bring a better tomorrow, and Rikers will be out of business.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's
For
how you
most
put,
part.
That's how you put Rikers out of business. Absolutely. If we teach our kids to read and we put them on the path to success, that's how you put Rikers out of business. I would say this to you. I welcome you. As you know, I have an open door. You and I have met on many occasions. I encourage you to continue to meet with me, my team. We're here to work to solve these issues. And I think collectively we should create a real citywide campaign together with the council around reading. We all know reading is fundamental, but if we don't get this right, all of these other things, we're spending money on stuff that we're trying to fix because we don't get it right at the very beginning.
You're not telling me that. You should be seeing me on Facebook everywhere, in my school building, everywhere, from Canarsie, Flatland, Bergen Beach. I'm throughout the district because, like I said, I have a skin in the game. Our kids is our future. We have to do right, and we're talking about $2 billion. So I feel like we can do better, much better, and I'm counting on you, and we're gonna hold you accountable just like you're holding us accountable. And my speaker, by the way, believe in it, because as a former educator, every time we turn around, that's all we're trying to do, to support making sure that our children are our future for real. So thank you for your time. And thank you, Madam Speaker and Chair.
Thank you.
You got it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, Mercy, I couldn't resist just piggybacking onto what Councilmember Narcisse, I'm sorry, I just called you Mercy in public, I'm sorry, to just kind of piggyback on this IEP certificate, because it's brand new to me. I didn't know what this was. I didn't know, and once we started conversing about it, it became quite a concern for those of us, you know, past educators and those of us that have been so involved in the education of our children for so long. So what is the intention, or was the intention of this IEP certification, if not to promote our children into college or something else? What is this?
I think you were referring to the CDOS credential, which is a credential exactly for this purpose of if a child or a student wants to pursue a career pathway outside of the typical diploma. This is an agreement with the state that allows students to get time, experience, and an actual credential on a vocational career pathway. And we're pulling up the exact number of students who have been eligible for the pathway. What I should also add is that these are not mutually exclusive pathways, right? So a student can earn the CDOS credential while on the pathway of earning other credits in general education courses or typical credit-bearing courses. And we're pulling the number of students that have the CDOS, that have earned the CDOS credential.
And she also, I believe, asked for demographics and
Yes.
which communities are receiving this particular credential. Okay.
Yes,
thank
Madam
you.
Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just want to piggyback real quick. Universal Literacy Program. For 6 years, Universal Literacy Program worked towards the goal of ensuring 100% of our New York City third graders can read on grade level by 2026 by pairing reading coaches with K-2 teachers in more than half of New York City elementary schools. About 53% of third graders were considered proficient in reading before the pandemic. Disrupted state testing up from 12% points since the program launched. As of fiscal 2023 adopted budget, DOE has 498 full-time teachers for this position program with budget of $53 million. The fiscal for 2024 preliminary budget reduced the program by $36.5 million and the number of positions to 178. So if the goal is to reach a reading proficient, why are we cutting? And furthermore, why is the administration sought to reorganize the capacity of these coaches by requiring the coaches to work between 2 to 5 schools at elementary level instead of 1 or 2, and between 5 to 6 schools at the secondary level? The coaches were required to reapply for these new roles. So if the goal is to reach reading proficient, explain to me the rationale behind that.
You're going to hear the rationale. It's hard for me to tell it to you right now. The ULIC coaches were tied to an old system. We're changing the entire system. I think that's, in many ways, that's what the answer is. The ULIC coaches were trained in a system that where our kids were not achieving reading proficiency. So I'm not staying committed and tied to anything that was there before I got here that I deemed was not working. It was nothing against the individuals or the ULIC coaches themselves. It's the whole language balanced literacy approach has not worked for our kids. We're going to change the whole entire system. And with doing that, everything is on the table now in terms of what that support will actually look like. It may involve many of those coaches. It may not. I don't know yet. That's the work that we're leaning into right now. As we get ready to, over these next few weeks, you will be hearing more about it. And because our goal is to be in many districts by this September with teachers in those schools who are fully trained and ready to go. And over the next couple of years, to really get to every school around the city, particularly elementary schools, because that's where we've got to get it right. So I'm just not as committed to just, people that were in certain positions in the past. I'm really looking to revamp all of the ways in which we were working, because while those individual people may have been good, the system itself was a dysfunctional system, and we're trying to change that. And we do believe that many of those people are going to still be part of this with us, but in a different role, in different capacity, may have a different title, but we wanted to hit the mark much closer to where we think our kids need to be successful.
Are these coaches will also be trained in dyslexia screening?
Some of them are, many of them, and these are all the things that we're actually looking at now as well. Yep, and there'll be some new people that we engage in this process as well. We haven't locked in yet on what some of this reading curricula that is going to be that we're looking at, but we've got a reading council. We're taking their advice. They're doing a study, the deep dive on this, and our literacy council, and we're going to be guided by a lot of what they give back to us, and that's what I mean. You're going to hear more about this in the coming days.
We realized that you allocated $37.8 million for the Universal Literacy Program to literacy collaboration for fiscal 2024 and the out years. The reallocation also moves with 321 positions from Universal Literacy into the Literacy Collaboration Program. What are the pre-assessment, is there a pre-assessment and post-assessment to measure the effectiveness of this program?
Yes, there will be, absolutely. Our Deputy Chancellor for Teaching and Learning is not here with us today, but we're absolutely going to be doing full-on assessments of that to figure out the best way forward.
And we've always seen throughout the curriculum, is this curriculum being used, is it culturally relevant?
Absolutely. I'm committed to any curriculum that we roll out being culturally relevant. My entire career has been about cultural relevancy. And so the work that I've done while I was a teacher, the work that I've done throughout the years at the Eagle Academy, I worked to create a culturally relevant library together with Scholastic years ago that's been used in school districts all across the nation, where young men get a chance to see themselves wrapped up in this work. This is a body of work that I am the full-on representation of, and I will not be rolling out any curricula that I don't feel is going to be culturally relevant to the young people that we have in our schools, which are not simply black and brown. The whole world lives here. right? Like in New York City. That's what makes this place so unique. And when you're sitting in this seat as chancellor, and I visit these neighborhoods all across the city, it is an amazing place of various language and culture. It is really amazing. And so we've got to make sure we're meeting the needs of all of our children. And that's what we're committed to doing. It's not the thing you just do overnight, but it is something that we are making sure that we're focused on. The diversity that is New York City is the beauty of New York City. And it's the reason why we continue to roll out the new curricula. It's fluid for us because we've got to make sure we're not locked into just one approach or one thing, but that every child gets a chance to see themselves represented in the curriculum.
Your literacy coaches, while you're redesigning this program, what will they be doing in the meantime?
You want to speak?
Yeah, many of them, Chair, as you know, are involved in our dyslexia program. So they're assisting with the screening that is occurring universally throughout our schools. And then, very importantly, they're supporting the interventions. As you know, when the screening is just the first step. And so if it shows that a child is struggling with reading, there are interventions that occur. We will, by the way, share data on that, which we're generating now, but we want to share that with you once we have it firmed up to see how kids are progressing once these interventions are put into place. The coaches are instrumental in training up the capacity of teachers at the school level to do those interventions, to look at the data from the screeners very carefully, and then to administer secondary screeners because some children, of course, continue to struggle, in some cases because of dyslexia or other print-based disabilities. So they are very involved in that. They will continue to be involved in that, as the chancellor is talking about, as we make sure that every educator, the best coach in the world, even if they have 2 schools, they might see a particular classroom maybe once a week. Of course, you have full-time teachers in front of those children every single day, 7 hours a day. We have to make sure that classroom teacher is using great content, understands the science of reading, as the chancellor was talking about, is really comfortable and trained up, and has what they need. So that's part of what we're tackling. But certainly coaching will continue to be a critical part of the equation.
Thank you. Councilmember De La Rosa.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chancellor and team, for being here. I have a few follow-up questions regarding enrollment and the impacts to schools. Specifically, I want to ask about a plan to hold schools harmless when they've seen, such large reductions. We saw last year this was sort of the crux of our budget negotiations, and there's a lot of concerns on the ground. I continue to hear them about, the programs that get cut when there isn't a plan. So I wonder, what is the plan?
Well, we can speak to it fiscally again, and I mean, you can talk again about the numbers that we're putting there to try to hold schools as harmless as we possibly can. But I think the fiscal reality, though, for us is this. If you have a school that had 800 students and they were funded for 800 students, and now the school has 400 students, the school doesn't get the same budget. They never had, even pre-pandemic. I was a principal for many years. I was very clear. My enrollment went up, I got more money. If my enrollment went down, we got less money. When you talk to the principals union, they're very clear. It goes up, it goes down from year to year. We understood that when we were in the pandemic, it was a very unique set of circumstances. And that's why those stimulus dollars were being used to try to do everything they could to hold schools as harmless as possible. But the hold harmless will not last forever because the stimulus dollars are not going to last forever. And so we're going to do everything we can to try to keep the schools as whole as possible while they continue to fight the good fight of getting kids to come back to the school. But the challenge for us really is the stimulus dollars are not going to be here forever. They're running out. And that's the challenge.
And on that fight to help the schools bring as many kids in as possible, I think that's part, at least for me, on the experience on the ground, why the 3K programs are so important, right? We have to build up that pool of students that are committed to a school community in districts like mine in Upper Manhattan, where there is, there's an uptick of asylum seekers, which we welcome, but at the same time, those students come with severe needs. It is important for us to make these school buildings more and more attractive so that more families can choose our public schools rather than the alternatives that are out there.
No, and listen, I'm in full agreement with you, and I'd love to work with you around any of it, and if there's specific schools that you have some concerns around, our goal is not to hurt our schools. We're trying to do everything we can to support our schools. I will tell you, though, a couple of things. One, which you raised on early childhood. We're committed to early childhood. We're committed to 3K. But not necessarily a full-blown expansion that just says, here's a number, are you going to hit that number? That's the work we're doing with Accenture. We're trying to say, where are the seats that are needed? I could care less about giving 3K seats in a particular district if what the parents are saying is that we need infant toddler seats. So I'm committing to some artificial number. No, I'm not going to commit to that. What I'm committed to do is to ensure that we meet the needs of what those specific parents in that community actually need. That's what we're committed to. One of the challenges I have, though, as it relates to our traditional schools, we have some schools that are just so small that they're very difficult to maintain as schools. We literally have some schools right here across our boroughs. They have 120 kids. They've got a principal, an assistant principal. They only have 120 kids.
Well, I'm committed to working with you on the community outreach and targeted, communications. Language access is an important part in my district as well, and I welcome those opportunities.
Yes.
I want to ask you also about the vacancy reduction. So there is a plan to eliminate 817 positions, as I understand it. And can you speak more as to what those positions are, what they look like? What is the detail on that?
That's right.
So thank you for the question, and it actually allows me to answer your question, Madam Chair. So the 817 is actually associated with the budget cut, the 3K budget cut that happened in November plan. So not only did it take down the dollars, but it took down the associated headcount, and those were for titles such as teachers and paras that were not hired as yet, so planned for.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. I'm gonna switch over to restorative justice for a little bit. You know, Chancellor, if you've been watching the news in the last few days, there was an incident in my district just 2 days ago where an anti-Black slur was used as a young student was attacked on a subway station by other students, right? And it is not my goal to criminalize these youth, but I will tell you that that is the symptom of a system that is dismantling before us, right? It's crumbling, and there are failures that are present when we see that behavior. So my question to you is, can you speak a little bit more to the restorative justice funding? I know that Project Pivot is one of the main cornerstones of that plan, but can you explain what other cornerstones exist there? And then there was a memo that was sent out, restorative justice implementation, that said 250 schools would be included for a budget of $2.8 million, and I wanted to know how these schools were chosen and how they participate in that project, and if there's plans for expansion. And thank you.
Yeah, so I would just say, I think we're continuing to provide funding to participating schools for restorative justice trainings, professional development, and ongoing coaching to build schools' implementation of the RJ and social emotional learning, which for us is all connected. So we're going to continue to find ways to provide students with the help that they need long before they find themselves getting in trouble. So we're extending this work through programs like Project Pivot and our PSAL expansion as well to ensure that kids are finding positive outlets. So there are a number of things that we're doing. We're making greater investments in the PSAL and the sports and the teams and the programs that keep kids engaged as well. All these things are on the table. We know that you all are very engaged now with the mayor's office and negotiating those things that are critically important to ensure that they're in the budget. And at the end of the day, I'm going to implement the budget that I'm given. But restorative justice is something that is important to me. And again, we see Project Pivot also as part of that restorative justice ecosystem, if you will.
Just
so there are a number of pieces.
A quick point of clarity. What about restorative justice coordinators? Is there a plan to fund positions?
Yeah, no, so it's all still on the table as well. We've not taken restorative justice off the table. We just want to make sure that in the final analysis, depending upon the dollars that we have, what we're able to do, where it can be most impactful for us. So certainly I'd love to follow up with you and talk about how it's actually showing up in your district. Thank you.
Councilmember Shulman.
Thank you. I want to thank the chair and I want to thank Madam Speaker for her support, not only this hearing, but of our education system in general, our public education system. I am a product of public schools, I'm very happy to say, and our kids only get one chance at a good education. So I have a few areas. One is, that hasn't been mentioned today, is that numerous studies show that students really thrive when they have access to music, arts, and physical education. So what are plans for that in terms of the strategy in general, and also what budget costs are involved with that?
So our budget, and you would talk a little bit about this, right? I mean, we're allocating over $500 million in the arts. Why don't you talk about that?
Yes, thank you very much for the question and the interest in the issue. And I will say, this is one where the Chancellor's really been pushing us to see how much we can maximize, including where we have stimulus dollars now, put that money out to schools, for arts in particular. So for this year, our overall arts budget is about $500 million. A good chunk of that sits in school budgets. About $450 million, I believe, sits in school budgets. A portion of that is actually in part due to stimulus dollars. So when we put out stimulus dollars to schools for academic recovery, we included arts as a component of those dollars, $25 million flowing out to schools for academic recovery, including arts for that. So that's one piece in schools, as well as art teachers and art programs across our schools. And then in addition to that, we have some central spends on arts as well, which you can imagine is professional learning. It's funding to CBOs to work directly with schools around arts programming as well.
Let me just say, Council Member, also, you know, one of the, I wouldn't say challenge, but it's one of the realities that we also face is that we don't often mandate to the schools to spend their dollars in very specific ways. So while the dollars are there for them to hire an art teacher or a music teacher, it's often left to the school leader to working together, you know, with their school leadership teams to determine what they want to do. Because of this council, we actually have, with the Fair Student Funding, every school now has the opportunity to hire a social worker. The vast majority of them have. Some have not. Some have decided to use those dollars in other ways that they deem most efficient for their particular school. I did not want to sit as chancellor and say, everybody must do this. So sometimes when we do face issues where there's a reduction in budget, and it'll be said to the chancellor, the school, you know, you made them, I got rid of their art teacher. I didn't get rid of their art teacher. They are left, the school leadership still gets to decide who they are going to hire for their schools. No school wants a reduction in budget. I don't ever want to have to give a school reduction in budget. We're just faced with the fiscal reality sometimes.
Well, you know, I'm glad that you mentioned that, Chancellor, because what you said a little earlier, that superintendents are working with the communities, and I assume that's part of that process.
Yes.
I want to make sure that the council members are included in that, because there are times that schools make decisions or superintendents in my district make decisions, and I know nothing about it until I find out after the fact, and I just want it, you know, to be included so that we can put, you know, so we can have some input into the process.
I'm making a clear note of that, council member, because that is the kind of thing that I really don't want to hear. I want our school superintendents to know that they should be working hand in hand with you. Every one of you should. Some don't. Yeah, and some do, some. And to the degree that as members, if you feel like you know who the superintendent is, but they very rarely meet with you, they're not responsive, they're not working with you, they're making major decisions and nobody is informing you, please let me know that.
Well, I let Mark knows.
Yes. Okay.
He's been great. No, I appreciate that. And by the way, I was a member of the school band in my junior high school, my public junior high school. So,
Love it.
And that's where I learned to read music, sheet music. So,
That's right.
and that's been it's been really wonderful for me. So the other thing I wanted to ask is, you mentioned earlier about pay parity for early childhood education staff, the directors and assistant directors, and said it's a priority of the administration to do that. What does that mean? Like, is there a timetable? Is there a plan?
So, you know, the good news on that with the support of Chair Joseph and the council is we took a step in that direction with the enhancements of what are called the 4410 contracts that provide early childhood programming for children with disabilities. So that was part of the rationale behind that investment, which is a significant investment. being able to, we don't have a particular plan. Council member can't give you a particular plan that says by this date we will get there. This is something that we are trying to size and figure out how to do it. At the same time, the chancellor's talking about flying the plane while we're changing out the engine, while we're facing this fiscal cliff. So we don't have a plan, but would love to talk to you about how we can do that in a sustainable way to make sure we're not putting resources in that later on get taken out.
Chair, can I just ask one question as a follow-up to that? You mentioned disabilities, so one of my questions too is making schools accessible for students with disabilities, because, I mean, in particular, there's one school in my district that's a very tall school and the stairs are very steep, and I was told by the principal there's a student that uses a wheelchair that has to be taught on the first floor, and so that's not acceptable to me, but I just want to know what the plans are just around that.
It's always a challenge, right? Some of the buildings that we're in are old buildings, and were designed many years before we've actually shifted to some of these. Some of them have the ability for us to kind of bring them to code, and some of them cost an inordinate amount of money to bring it to code if the building is just so old. And so sometimes we try to find other places for those students, in fact, to be. But again, you can make us aware of that. You want to speak to it again?
Yeah, and schools facilities, and Tom Taracco specifically on our team has been working with schools and really has asked and invited council members to lift those schools that are most important that be addressed from an accessibility standpoint. So we should certainly put you in touch with him, and I will take that back to him with that to reach out.
I appreciate that, and just so you know, like, now that we have redistricting, some of us have schools that we didn't have before, so we're learning these now. So that's something that, if we can work hand in hand with you on that, that would be great. Thank you so much.
When in doubt, call Traeger.
Please, I mean, this is something, council member, we've allocated in this capital plan. This may be for the next hearing coming up, Chair, but $750 million for accessibility, and that's allowing us to make a lot of progress, as Christina has talked about, but there's much more to do, so please let us know about these situations.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Second round, Councilmember Narcisse. Wanted to follow up quickly on Councilmember De La Rosa's question. In the preliminary budget decreases funding in the Office of Community Schools by 11.5. What is the current staffing level at the Office of Community Schools?
Flavia, come on, Flavia.
Thank you for your question, and I want to begin by saying that we actually haven't reduced the supports for community schools. We actually have increased, including the fact that this year we have 100 more community schools than what we previously have. The challenge, as we know, which our chancellor has highlighted, is that all of the expansion for current community school has taken place through stimulus funding money positions.
So we've expanded by over 100 this year. We currently have funding now for 420 community schools, which is up from 317 in fiscal year 2022. So as you know, the community schools expansion implemented is funded by the stimulus money, as was just said. Over 100 community schools currently funded through the stimulus funding, which expires after fiscal year 24. That's the challenge. So we strongly support the community school model concept. So much of it is driven by the available funding that we have.
But I have one small problem, though. When the PEP's scheduled to vote on the remaining school contracts that have not yet been registered, there are 68 schools that still don't have their contract registered. How many of the providers will be able to quickly bring these schools online, given there's only 3 months left until the end of the fiscal year? So meanwhile, what does the DOE plan to do to support the schools?
So I can speak specifically to what we're doing in the meantime, and one of the things that we did in collaboration with our finance department was that we released a SAM allocation so that all of those schools have funding that was provided to them via a SAM so that they can begin to leverage some of the community school practices to be onboarded. I think part of what we're navigating here is the challenge that historically community schools were announced without the schools being actually connected to a contract, which is something that we're looking to so that in the future we can have more efficient, more targeted ways to do the contract. And a lot of that is the work that we're doing through our WMBE, the work that Chief Apollon is doing, the work that Emma and their team are doing. But in the meantime, those schools do have access to funding through the SAM that was allocated to them. And I do agree the execution and completion of the contract is something that I know this administration and that I'm looking to think in a more thoughtful and comprehensive way, because the reality is that a lot of those schools were announced without having a contract mechanism to actually allow them to physically spend dollars as a community school.
And we plan on fixing that. There was also a one-year extension to restore $1.16 million cuts to 52 community schools. What is the long-term goal to fund these community schools sustainably? Those schools clearly need resources, and we know how well community schools work. So how does the DOE New York City Public Schools plan to work with schools to determine ongoing need in the second year of this restoration?
Yeah, that's an open question. That's one that we're going to have to work together with this council to do. The expansion was fine. We had plenty of stimulus dollars flowing, but that's going to be the issue for us on a number of fronts. As stimulus dollars wind down, how do we ensure with a limited pot of dollars that all of these programs that we love and support are going to actually remain? We're going to have to work with you around that in the negotiation process with the city to ensure the sustainability of it. I can't tell you definitively right now that I know to tell you all these things are going to be funded, because wherever that funding would happen for that, it's going to come from someplace else. And those are the issues that we face. They're going to be tough choices that we have to make.
Why does the Office of Community Schools and DCP continually understaff? You have one-time understaffed with only one full-time director, and who's been interim for months. So please address that.
Okay. So I'm going to go back again and say that I wouldn't say for the record that we're understaffed. I do know that the office has gone through transition, including myself, who I'm relatively new for the role. So I think it has been key for the chancellor and for the administration to find dedicated staff, people who have a vision, who believe in this work, but also people who have both the content knowledge and of understanding community school and strategy, and that can help to navigate some of the challenges that we're discussing here, like the physical challenge. I can't speak directly about the staffing at DCP. That's something that my colleagues can share more. But I know that this office and this work, as the chancellor has mentioned, is something that's critical to him, to his administration, and to ensure the continuity of this work with your support, given the fact that so much of the expansion, or all of the expansion, to be clear, has been done through stimulus funding.
So what's the head count for your office right now?
I can provide you the total head count across the board. I don't have that immediately with me. If that's something that you are requesting, we can definitely get that to you.
And so you don't have the head count now. In the previous year, what was the head count?
I don't know. We can find that out. We can find out before we leave here today.
We can certainly double check on that and can get that information, the total head count, yes.
Thank you. All right.
And just to be clear, just to give you an example, in the past, Office of Community School was also aligned with Office of Students in Temporary Housing. So as an example, for the Office of Students in Temporary Housing, we just added 100 more people, as you know, but we'll get the numbers for you.
Yeah, we should get them before we leave here today. That should be easy to get, last year and this year.
Okay, thank you. Next person, Councilmember Lee.
Hi, good afternoon, morning. Chancellor, thank you so much, Chair Joseph, as well as our speaker. So just really quickly wanted to dive into a little bit more about the mental health professionals that are located in the schools. So I believe there's, over 1,800 public schools in New York City, if I'm not mistaken? And so out of those schools, do you know how many of them actually have mental health professionals or social workers located in the schools? And I know that you just mentioned now that it's up to the principals, and so for those especially who want it, do you know how many still do not have that? Because I think I asked that at one of the previous hearings and I wasn't sure. And is there a timeline to get those numbers up?
Thank you for your question. What I can say is that we have over 5,000 social workers and school counselors in our public school system servicing school communities. As the Chancellor has mentioned, prioritizing wellness as a mean to academic success is a priority for him. And as a result of that, every school has either access to a social worker, to a school counselor, or to a community health center that provides mental health support.
Okay, so you guys, that was actually going to be my next question. So do you have partnerships with some of the local CBOs that have the outpatient clinics and the Article 30 ones? And can they co-locate and have satellite offices in the schools? Are there regulations against it, or is that okay?
We actually do that.
Okay,
so
good.
that's a great question. So 328 mental health clinics in our school system serve approximately 800 schools. That's because of campuses where you have multiple school communities. So that's something that we currently do, but not only something that we're looking to stay there. It's something where we're working with DOHMH, with our partners at the state, to look for viable opportunities to continue to expand mental health clinics, in addition to other ongoing work that we have, such as the Mental Health Continuum, that also allows to have access to mental health clinics within the community. So yes, that's something that we currently do.
Okay, and I'm assuming those mental health professionals that are coming from the clinics, they're not, are they subcontracted through DOE, or is that separate where they're going through their insurance system? And it's because I would imagine that would also be a cost savings to DOE then, if they have partnerships with those clinics.
There's a reimbursement component to it. I wouldn't know all of the details because that's actually handled more closely by DOHMH. But if you want more details on it, we can certainly look into providing more information about cost saving and reimbursements.
Okay, yeah, just in terms of who pays for the actual professionals, if it's through DOE or if it's through DOHMH. I was just wondering where the funding comes from for that.
For the clinics, we are not paying for those directly out of our budget. But Emma, I don't know if you have anything else that you would like to add here.
Okay. And then just really quickly going back to the Carter cases, which I know a few of us have brought up. It seems like for a lot of the families that, so I guess my question is, are there ways to, and I know that this requires cultural, organizational shifts in mindsets, right? But is there a way to shift those dollars, like you said, back into the school system? And is there a way to sort of identify and evaluate and track as the students progress, right? So in other words, some of them may progress and not need those services anymore, and others may need it continuously throughout their time in the education system. So is there a way to have those dollars go back into the public schools? And also, the reason why I bring this up is because there's a lot of low-income families that can't afford to pay for those private dollars in education until the verdict is given about whether they're going to get reimbursed, because it is a reimbursement-based system. So are there ways to, so how do we help support those families that can't afford to put their kids in the private schools and get that service when they should be getting it in the public schools?
Thank you, Councilmember, and I appreciate always your attention to our special education students and your support. We really feel it, and it makes a big difference. A few things. One thing to note is that the skyrocketed numbers that we are talking about has happened since 2014. But of those cases, just for background, only about, and this number should be zero, but of our over 180,000 students with IEPs that we're serving, about 1,100 of them file due process complaints. And most of those that are filed from the public schools are, in fact, resolved within our public schools. The vast majority of those other cases, the thousands of cases that we were talking about earlier, are students that are not public school students. We didn't fail them. They never came to us in most instances. And so I just want to be clear that these are not students that have left us to go, in most instances. I'm speaking in generalities. But to your point about equity and how do we provide equitable programs for our students with IEPs in our public school system, that is why we have made the investments we've made in our programs that we know are working. Our students attending our ASD Nest programs, our Horizon programs, have four-year graduation rates of about 95%. And these are high-quality programs, Councilmember Lee, that are really benefiting our students and that really do offer competitive alternatives. And there are more than just those programs. Those just tend to be our popular programs that people know about. But it's also why we are investing in things like building 70 additional sensory gyms to provide additional related services, high-quality services that I don't know of any other district that is offering that level of support. And again, this is all, number one, an effort to provide our children and families with high quality and free supports, but it also is a part of our strategy to attract and retain students. We want to be providing these services and provide families with things like assistive technology support while they wait for their child to receive their therapies. But all of these, in terms of innovation and investment, these are our attempts to really build high quality programs that serve students in an equitable and valuable way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Krishna.
Thank you so much, Speaker Adams and Chair Joseph, for today's hearing. Thank you all so much for your testimony. Chancellor, good to see you.
See you too.
I have a few questions, but first I just want to start by, and I know I've been a broken record at every education hearing, but I do want to emphasize again, the DOE's approach to 3K and the scaling back of 3K is very, very concerning. We know, I'm a parent of someone who's just gone through 3K myself. We know the foundational benefits of 3K. And my concern is, rather than explore different methods of outreach to ensure, because there's so many families, we all know it, anyone, so many, especially working parents, depend on 3K. It just logically doesn't seem possible that the vacancies cannot be filled, given the number of working New Yorkers in the city that depend on childcare to go to work. So what I'm concerned by is the approach to scaling back the program that we know is critical, where New York should be a leader on this, really, before exploring every method possible to do outreach in communities, to work with CBOs and partner with them to fill those seats. So I just wanted to make that point. I've made it many times before, but it's a very, very big concern that I have. My next question is on about the hold harmless issue that we've spoken about before, that Speaker Adams identified as well. And I just want to get a clear answer for the record. Knowing the DOE's efforts last year and this year, is it the department's intention to hold schools fully harmless that are seeing a reduction in federal aid?
No.
Thank you.
We said earlier today, our intention is to hold them harmless, a very significant percentage, but it will not be 100%. I can't be more clear than that.
Sure, and that clarity is important. That's something that, and you've heard from my colleagues and myself too, that we're very, very concerned about, because schools depend and rely on this funding, understanding that there was stimulus aid and infusion. The fact of the matter is, there's reliance built up by these schools over time. They've invested in programs. We know our schools need more funding anyway. So to not have a full hold harmless provision is deeply problematic and creates major issues for the schools as well. But
let me just say, we want to work very closely with you as partners. You all are in negotiation season right now. And so at the end of the day, the budget that we ultimately get at New York City Public Schools will be a budget that you negotiate. And so if you make it happen, that I'm gonna implement the budget that I'm given. I'm just sharing with you what our reasonable projections are on what we think would happen. But this is a process that you all are engaged in, and you play a critical role in that process.
Agreed. And on that point about projections, what do you project the total amount of schools' Galaxy budgets to be next year compared to this year?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question. We covered this a bit earlier, but we don't have a projection for that yet. We are still working through our enrollment projections, and as we're discussing, our school budgets are based on enrollment, and that process is still yet to be finalized. Schools will get, the projections themselves, school by school, is yet to be finalized. Schools will get their budgets in late May, early June, so that's when we'll have a sense of the whole in terms of the initial budgets.
But let me say this, the enrollment decline has lessened this year. Dan, let's talk a little bit about that, which we think is ultimately going to help with respect to budget.
Yeah, we should have fewer schools. As Emma says, we don't have the projection yet. We'll get that to you, but the declines slowed in our projections, and we hope that it's reversed.
And we've obviously talked a bit about the class size mandates and the importance of DOE's compliance with the law. So given the preliminary budget that's been proposed, given the testimony in prior hearings as well, where you all recognize the class size mandate that we have and the importance of complying with it, I'm just not able to see. It seems to me class sizes will increase in contravention of the mandate if there is a scale back, first of all, with the preliminary budget in place, and if funds aren't being put into the schools. So I'm just trying to understand how you all will seek to address that gap between what the mandate is and then what it will look like as class sizes begin to increase with the preliminary budget we're looking at. Yeah,
no, you're right, Dan. Let's talk a little bit more about that, because this class size law as a mandate is going to present a real challenge. The issue for us is that we've said earlier that over the next 2 years, it won't be a major challenge. We'll be fine. For the next 2 years, we will be fine. What we're going to need to work together with you all is by the time we're at years 3 through 5. That's where the challenge is going to be. Yep.
And just quickly, Councilmember Krishnan, the good news is, you're right, school budgets and class size definitely have a relationship. The good news is, as a result of your support and advocacy, your colleagues on the council, 100% fully funding FSF has already resulted in class sizes being decreased. So we're at about 24.2 overall average class size this year. That's as compared to 26.1 average before the pandemic. So just to say, some progress really has been made already, but these are going to be the trade-offs that the Chancellor's talking about. How do you meet that statutory mandate at the same time as preserving programming?
But then we're also seeing, if I understood it correctly, a reduction in the capital plan too. But I think you testified earlier, Mr. Weisberg, as well, the capital costs are going to increase as well for class size. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Capital costs are, absolutely going to increase. I mean, the Chancellor painted the picture of an elementary school that might have several classes that are 21, 22, 23, and no further class space. In that case, what the law would indicate is you have to build an annex or something like that. So think about a world where you're building annexes all over the city at a very high cost. And what does that mean in terms of capital dollars that might not be available for things like building upgrades?
I'm just not seeing, and I think it's a fundamental tension that the administration has to really address too, is there is a disconnect between all of these cost reductions from the capital side, the expense side, and the class side mandate. And so I'm just not, that's a tension that continues, and I think we have to address that because the legal obligation is clear, but all of these proposals, I don't know how you reconcile that with that legal obligation.
No, and that's why I think we have to work together. We absolutely have to work together, because when you have these mandates from the state that you must do this, and yet we still want to continue to say we want to have restorative justice, we want to have our community schools, we want to have our after-school programs, we want to make sure every school has the libraries, we want the arts, we want the music, we want all of those things. We are faced with very difficult choices, and that's why I'm saying it's going to be a process of negotiation around all of these things. As a chancellor, how could I as chancellor ever say that I don't want to see smaller class sizes? Of course I want to see smaller class sizes, but I do know that when they are a mandate, as they now are, when you're the principal of a school and you've got 21 kids in the second grade and the mandate says 20, we are now legally mandated to hire another teacher, regardless of whether that principal or that teacher said, we're fine. No, it's not up to you. It's the law. And when you have to, and our projection is that's going to be about 9,000 more teachers into the system, many of which are going to be going into the wealthier districts in the city, because that's where the overcrowding primarily is. And so, and the capital costs to build out new facilities, new classrooms are going to go to the wealthier districts in the city. So it's an equity issue as well, but it's one in which our hands are going to be tied. So we need to be grappling together. It's not just what is New York City Public Schools, what's the chancellor's plan. It's all of us, I think, are going to have to wrap our arms around. The good thing is that we do have some time to figure it out. And I welcome an opportunity to engage with any of you around any of these challenges.
Thank you. And this, my final two questions, if the chair will permit, very brief, is one, you know, we talked before and we testified earlier about the co-location of charter schools in public schools and how, you know, New York City is the only district in the state and the country obligated for public schools to provide space to charter schools, which to me is just absurd on its face, because I think we need to be doing so much more to support our public schools than giving this space away. So you mentioned, testified before, that it's a state law. So what are DOE's plans, your plans, Chancellor, the mayor's plans, to advocate on the state level, to make any efforts in Albany in this coming budget season and going forward to change that? Because to co-locate charters with public schools fundamentally undermines our public schools that are already so overcrowded too.
I think this is a place, and you all are legislators, right? And so, I stand with you. It is a state law that your colleagues in the state government made that a law. I have to follow the law in our schools, no matter what my position happens to be, and so I'm going to do that. But I do know the challenge that it does present, and for me, I'm not an anti-charter person at all. I think there's some phenomenal work that our charters have been doing. What I have stood up to say to the charter sector is that I want us to work together as partners to share best practice, which doesn't mean necessarily expanding brick and mortar on a regular basis. But what are the lessons learned? Or what are the charters that have gotten really great results for their kids? How can we share some of those lessons across our schools so that we can expand on the impact of the work, but not necessarily saying we're going to continue to build out more and more schools? That's what I'm interested in, I think, to really expand on the overall impact of some of the charter work that has really been very, very impactful. But as relates to the law, these are your colleagues in state government, and I certainly urge you to be in conversation with them.
Well, I hope we can join together in that advocacy when you all go to Albany and are testifying at the hearings too. It's certainly, we in the council have been very vocal, a number of us, about the issue, and I do hope that the administration will join our efforts. My final question is, I think you all know too, another issue I keep beating the drum on is representing proudly the most diverse district in the world in Jackson Heights and Elmhurst. I may be biased, but I do think so, and the best food too.
You've never invited me to any of the food.
But I think bilingual education is such a crucial part of our education, and we've seen that even more and more so with the asylum seekers coming here as well, and students coming into our schools. And I'd like to know what the department's plans are to really focus on expanding bilingual education. Yes. Frankly, I think we should have it throughout our schools. I'm a big proponent of it, and very vocal about it. And we're seeing how crucial it is for education, especially for immigrant students and children of immigrants coming here too. Absolutely. So what are the department's plan in that area to invest in bilingual education? First of all,
I'm going to have my chief of staff, Melissa Ramos, speak to this. Bilingualism is a superpower. And that is actually the word from our Secretary of Education, Cardona, who I'm going to be leaving here shortly to meet with. It is something that, again, we want to be fully locked in. The demographics of our city are changing rapidly, and they're very different than what they were 10 years ago, and they will continue to change. In fact, for those who don't know, before I turn to Melissa, out of New York City public schools, 41% of our students are Spanish speaking. And when we talk about black children in New York City public schools, it's 24%. People sometimes are surprised to hear that number. They thought it was much higher than that. The Asian population in our public schools, 17% and climbing. Latino, 41 and climbing. African American black, 24% and dropping. White, 15% and dropping. This is a very different New York City that we're watching unfold before our eyes every single day. Bilingualism is critically important for any of our students to be able to thrive. Melissa, just talk a little bit about what we're talking about, some of the work we're trying to engage in.
Councilmember Krishnan, it's a pleasure to meet you in person.
Good to meet you in person, and thank you for all
for
your
your
advocacy and support around bilingual education. We work together on these issues in my district, and I appreciate it.
Appreciate you as well. And so to your point, and even prior to the influx we saw in asylum-seeking students, we prioritize as an administration bilingual education. And so currently there are 557 bilingual education programs across 375 of New York City public schools. And those programs are in 12 different languages. We are currently on track to open additional schools this year, and so we are looking at opening 9 new bilingual education programs in the fall. As a result of working closely with the superintendents, there was a need to engage our superintendents and our principals around the desire to open bilingual programs. Just putting on my principal hat shortly, sometimes we will not post vacancies or we will not convey that there is an interest for a bilingual program because everybody knows that it is very hard to recruit and retain these teachers, which is also something that we're working on parallel to this plan. And so now that we've engaged our superintendents and principals and we know the interest and the need, combining that with the influx of asylum-seeking students, we are on track to open 36 new bilingual education programs in the fall of 2023. And we continue to work with superintendents and principals to identify where we can expand more of those programs and making sure that we're launching them as quickly as possible.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I pass it on to Councilmember, I have one quick question. Why is DOE cutting really effective programs that work for students, for example, community schools, affinity schools, MSQI, and learning to work programs? Take your time to explain each one of them, please.
Well, I think the challenge for us, again, are always just fiscal challenges. We're not trying to cut programs that work, but we are trying to make sure that we are ultimately meeting the needs of all of our kids. So where you may see something that is a cut in one particular place, that may be supported in another one. So all of these are just meant to be an opening opportunity for us to talk about these programs. We've been doing our own deep dive and analysis of some of these programs and figuring out which ones work, which ones don't work, and what we can ultimately afford to do. I know there are a number of council members who believe very much in MSQI. Yep. I think I support it as well. I think it's a good program. The challenge is for me is that if I had unlimited dollars, it wouldn't even be on the table. It'd be fine. I'm also trying to find dollars to ensure that kids can read by 3rd grade. I hear very few members raise that as an issue for me. So I get issues raised about lots of other programs, very little actually around the fact that our children are not reading at proficiency level. 49%, only 49% of all of our kids across the entire New York City school system are on grade level. Think about that. 65% of black and brown children are not on grade level. But I get asked about MSQI. I get asked about other kinds of programs, which are all good programs. I'm not knocking any of them. But I've been asked to be the chancellor by this mayor who has said literacy is fundamental. We have to make sure that our kids who have dyslexia are seen and we mitigate for that. So that may mean sometimes there's certain other programs that people are really tied to that we don't have the funding to do all of it. If I did, I would support and fund every one of these programs. But there are some times where you have to establish what are the priorities. And we're saying early childhood is a priority. We've got to make sure we're doing that. We've got to make sure that we're saying career pathways are really important work, that kids know why they go to school in the first place. Parents say to me all the time when I'm at these various town halls, and I even mention career and technical education, ensuring that kids who are not going to go to college are going to get the skills and the credentials that they need. They almost give a standing ovation. They say, we've been saying that for years. But all of these programs cost money. And I've got to figure out, so when I shift dollars from one program, it doesn't mean I think the program is worthless. It's because I'm recognizing that everything can't be a priority. You can't fund everything. And I'm doing the best that I can to try to put the dollars in a place where I think they will have the greatest impact.
That was a great summary, but in terms of programming, MSQI, why is it on the chopping block? It's only funded. MSQI is an excellent program in terms of building up students and debates. The data speaks for itself.
Yeah. What do you have on the MSQ? You want to speak?
So I think I would say on MSQI, so two things. I think on MSQI in particular, and I don't think we have our Deputy Chancellor here, but I think she would say a lot of the literacy work we are moving forward in, MSQI has been folded into that and is being built off of that. So that's not going away. As the Chancellor's been indicating, we're looking very closely at making some substantial moves around the literacy work and just modeling it in a way that is evidence-based and most likely to have an impact for kids. So that's what I would say about MSQI in particular. On some of the others, I would say they're in this,
affinity schools.
Right, and so they're in this category of...
They're all tied to literacy. MSQI is tied to literacy. And it's tied to writing. If you can't read, you cannot write.
Chair Joseph, I would just humbly say this to you as well. I meet with so many groups, the affinity groups, I meet with advocacy groups, and everybody says the same thing to me. We know you're facing very tough fiscal times, but please don't cut my program. All of these programs are good programs, every one of them. But if we funded every one of them, there's not enough money in the budget to fund all of them. But again, we're in a process now. And if MSQI is something that this council decides we want to draw a line in the sand, it must be in the budget, it will be in the budget. I'm just offering up to you what we see as our vision for how to ensure a level of success for our kids. This is not an anti-MSQI or any particular initiative. But if we don't have the funding to ensure that our kids can read by 3rd grade, MSQI is a middle school initiative. If our kids cannot read by the 3rd grade, we're spending dollars on things trying to play catch up. I'm trying to get in front of the curve, and that's where I see the priority of dollars that have to be spent. But they're not a knock against any particular initiative or program.
I will circle back to you. Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Joseph and Speaker Adams, for your leadership. And it's good to see you, Chancellor and team.
See you.
Mercedes mentioned that Mark is in her district, Dan is in mine, so I'll be nice to Dan today. Have constituents before all else. But Chancellor, you noted that schools will not be held harmless to fluctuations in enrollment.
No, not 100%.
So what are you, but last year, 70% of schools lost about $500 million in funding in aggregate. What are you planning for in your budget planning docs for next year at this time?
Right.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. So we're not yet, because it will be in part based on enrollment, as Dan said. Thank you, Dan, for that.
There's no preliminary planning documents? There's no, in the preliminary budget, you have no intention, no...
We don't have our school budget numbers set yet. We have said there
You
will
do
be
have preliminary estimates, though, on enrollment at this time?
Our enrollment estimates are worked through with our principals and our superintendents before we consider them, and that's a process that is going on now. We want to make sure their input, they know their communities best, they have an understanding of what their schools will look like.
I appreciate there's a process, but you have preliminary estimates on enrollment at this time. You do have, and I can't imagine that you don't have preliminary estimates on what declines you're planning to impose to school budgets.
So,
Councilmember, good to see you. Sorry, just to jump in here to clarify, just make sure we're all working off the same facts. We have an estimate for this year. For next year, we don't have school-by-school estimates as yet.
Okay, you will have final estimates in a couple months. You do have preliminary estimates at this time. So you're not prepared to share any information with the council about what reductions in school funding you're going to impose next year? No information whatsoever?
No, that's a process that we're engaged in right now. So as we sit here today, we don't have numbers.
I just want to say it would be indefensible, unconscionable, impossible for a city council to consider a budget that doesn't understand the impacts that it's going to have on our neighborhood schools, our most cherished institutions. And if you're unwilling to provide that information until June 1st, then you're giving very little time for us to try to fill those gaps and provide support to our schools. What happened last year, where we got 11.5-hour information on cuts, was unacceptable, and we need to communicate and coordinate better to have a better outcome in the budget. But if you're not committing to provide any, you're not willing to provide any information at this time, and you're telling us that it's going to be months longer before you provide any information, it feels like you're setting up for a very tense budget fight.
Yeah, we don't have those, we don't have that information now, council member. But I will tell you what I am committed to. I will work very closely with you as these dollars, as we get that information, the moment that we have it. But we don't have those projections right now.
And you're anticipating the end of May or June is when you'll be sharing information with us?
That's what I want to figure out. Where
Because
are we?
my understanding is that preliminary estimates on school-by-school enrollment have
sooner
already
than
been
that. It
developed,
may be
not
sooner.
final. But preliminary estimates on school-by-school enrollment have been developed. They're just not finalized. So with the preliminary estimates, you could provide us with insight and information on what you're anticipating that are not yet final, so we could see where this is going. But I'm disappointed you're choosing not to do that.
No, we're not choosing not to do that. I will tell you, any information that we do have, we can certainly sit down and share it with you. But the numbers that you're talking about, we do not have right now. I'm not saying it's going to be months from now, but as soon as we have it, we will be willing to share it with you. We're not hiding anything.
The only dates we've heard from your colleagues and yourself up here today are late May, early June, which is very close to the end of the budget process. I do believe, as I said, there are preliminary estimates on school-by-school enrollment that you've already developed at this time. It would be helpful for us to understand that and the implications on what school-by-school funding reductions we would see. I hope that you'll be more forthcoming in providing information as possible.
Absolutely.
I'm tight on time.
We'll be very forthcoming.
I just want to shift gears. I was scrolling through Instagram a few weeks ago on a Friday night, best place to get information, and I saw a 3K, an early education, a party for outreach workers that had been disbanded from the early education enrollment team. And there were former city officials that were there with them. The 30-odd folks who were disbanded from the pre-K and 3K outreach team are no longer doing enrollment, outreach and enrollment work. I appreciate that the ethos of enrollment is informing their jobs, but they are no longer doing outreach and enrollment work. And to me, the data is what is so clear. Only 49% of extended day, extended year seats for 3K are filled today. If we were doing effective outreach, then the most sought after seats in the city of New York that every family that I ever speak to and that all of my colleagues speak to are clamoring for, those seats would be filled. Right. And so please explain to us, why would you choose to disband the early childhood education outreach teams?
We haven't disbanded anything. The proof is in the pudding, council members. So we've gotten more applications for 3K than ever. So with all due respect to whoever former employees, former officials were at a party, they didn't produce the results that we're producing right now.
Well, I did see a modest increase to 42,000 applications this year. That's right. So I think
the problem is, if I could just say, so one possibility is there's not enough outreach being done, and I take that as a possibility, and we want to work with all of you to try to do the best outreach we can. We have 55,000 seats. Somebody decided to build 55,000 seats without any reference to what the demand was. That's how you get into this situation. We're going to do our level best to fill every one of them, extended day, school day, whatever it is. But if we have the highest application rate on record, and it's not even getting close to the capacity that was built, that's a problem.
Deputy Chancellor, with all due respect, we are 30% down on UPK enrollment from the peak in the program. To say that we have the highest number on record is somewhere between a disingenuous and outright wrong. And for 3K, we're up by 2,000 applications this year, but we have far more three-year-olds in New York City than we do seats that you all are planning to fill. So I know you're doing a study now with Accenture. I'm a little confused at what you're all trying to achieve there, but there are 42,000 applications. Are we guaranteeing that there's going to be 42,000 slots for 3-year-olds in New York City next year?
Oh, there's 55,000 slots. Now, they're geographically not all in the right places, so we're going to have places that still have waiting lists. The Accenture work is about projecting what the actual demand is. So not just picking at random a number of seats and then building to that, but figuring out how many seats we need of different types in different neighborhoods. And we will share that with you when we have it.
I feel that we are failing at outreach. And if we are failing at outreach and not engaging the immigrant families, the marginalized communities, and bringing them in to connect to the 3K program, to the UPK program, we will continue to not achieve the maximum enrollment that we need. Before Chair Joseph kicks me off,
willing to work with you around your ideas around what we could be doing a better job in terms of outreach. Absolutely, we can work together on that.
I would love that.
Thank you.
The last question I have before Chair Joseph kicks me off, there's some discrepancy in what's been reported. Is it a $284 million cut or a $568 million cut to 3K in FY24? It's just one, if that's okay, just because I know I'm in trouble on time.
It's not a cut, it's continuation of current funding level. There was a planned increase of 284 million, that's 284 million, and that is what is
Not being
been
funded.
reduced, yes.
And
But it was
so-
an increase, not a cut.
And got it. And the 3-year number on 3K funding that you're no longer planning to fund is an aggregate?
The 2-year number is actually where that 568 comes from. The 3-year number I don't have in front of me, but.
Okay. My understanding was that there was some additional funding that was put into the budget in a different funding stream, but that it was 284 over the next 3 years, each year for 3 years. So we're looking at close to $900 million in funding that we are not, that had been allocated that is no longer going to be going to 3K.
Not if it's not necessary for the seats that we're trying to fill.
But if we don't do the outreach, then we're not going to fill the seats. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Sanchez, Councilmember Brewer, Councilmember Hanif, and Councilmember Gennaro. I just wanted to piggyback a little bit about the programs that we talked about earlier. Those programs that we talked about, and when you reference our visit to Rikers Island, these are the types of programs that keeps kids in schools. So that's why these investments are important. We are always going to circle back to literacy. It is the center of everything. We understand that. But when you have programs like Affinity School, MSQI, community, they keep students in schools. The data matches. So data drives our instruction, data drive our policies as a council member for me. So I know the data is there to support that.
No, and I'm not disputing it, not at all. I've said to you, I come from the affinity schools. I was an affinity school principal for 11 years. So the argument doesn't need to be made to me about the importance of any of those programs. But what I will take exception to is the fact that literacy has not been at the center of everything that we believe in. Literacy is very rarely talked about. I hear about lots of other programs, but I don't hear about literacy. We should be screaming from the mountaintops the fact that our kids have not been taught how to read. And I'm just saying we're making that a major priority. Well, I'm still going to try to do everything we can to maintain all these other great programs. I acknowledge those are great programs, absolutely. But if I only had $1 left, I'm going to use it to teach a kid how to read.
Thank you, Chancellor Banks. I'd like to call on Councilmember Dinowitz.
Like $38 billion left, though. You don't just have $1 left. Good to see you. And it was great to hear you had a great performance yesterday.
Oh my gosh, the kids from Celia Cruz performed at Tweed yesterday for our Women's History Month. They were amazing, amazing, amazing.
And they're amazing musicians, amazing students. I taught there for 5 years. It was great to sneak away during my lunch period to hear them rehearse once in a while.
Oh, that's great.
I have a few questions. First about the Carter cases. You expect to spend how much this year on Carter cases? Carter Cooper cases what's just the number you expect?
What's the billion?
We don't have a precise number, but it'll be over $1 billion.
And that's essentially money for families to go to private school because the public school system couldn't provide the special education services that were required. That's essentially what we're talking about, right?
Just one clarification.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right in for part of it. Part of it is actually, as Christina Foti was explaining, part of it is for services for kids who are non-public schools, who are never on our schools, probably don't intend to ever be in our schools.
So they're called educational consultants on the IBO website. Are those separate educational consultants, or are those DOE employees?
We have to get a little bit of a crosswalk between what's on the IBO website. What I will say is those services, for example, SET services that are provided to kids in non-public schools, those are a combination of our folks and contracted folks.
It seems to me that if you shifted that half that you're talking about, the services for students in private schools, I imagine that DOE does this a lot. They use third-party contractors and private services. I imagine if you used DOE employees, you have team members, you'd be saving money there. But I'm also curious what steps are being taken to actually provide the services for students with disabilities within our public school system, both the moral obligation we have but also the financial, the financial aspect of it.
Let me say this to you, Council Member. This was one of the first things when I became a chancellor. It blew me away. For over a decade, we had spent about $300 million on these cases. Parents had to fight, to get these cases settled. But since about 2017 or so, or maybe a little before that, 2014 rather, we started to settle these cases, and the number skyrocketed from 300 million to now where we are, close to $1 billion. And I asked the questions, why aren't we providing the supports that the families need?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
That's what and so I just want you to know that this is not going unnoticed. Why they had not been doing it in the past, I can't speak to that. But I can tell you what we are trying to do now. And we are expanding. This is a classic example of fixing the plane while we're flying it.
I understand. I don't mean to interrupt. I hope we get to talk more about this.
Yeah.
I only have 1 minute and 50 seconds
We're
left.
expanding the services.
But I'm asking, for example, are you looking at, hey, 50% of the students that settle Carter cases have speech language delays. So let's hire more speech language therapists and do intensive. Are you looking at what ages most of these cases are happening and investing in that age range?
This is what we're doing right now, Councilmember. Absolutely.
So when do you expect the costs to go down?
It's going to take some time. That's part of the challenge that we have. It doesn't turn around overnight. And so we've got to build this out. We're expanding on different programs, ASD, NEST, our Horizon programs. And then you've got to have a marketing strategy so the parents and families know that you have these as well. So all of these are things that we're doing all at the same time. There are like 25 things that are like priority at the same moment in time for this agency to do.
It's the biggest agency, but this is a moral imperative, but it's also a financial imperative, and I know
and we are locked in on trying to do that. Just very quickly,
I just wanted to say that we are looking by district, council member, at what services kids are pursuing outside of the public school. So like you said, if it's speech, if it's autism, and then not only that, but what are the services that they're getting at the private schools that we could be building, which is why we've been investing in ABA, it's why we've been investing in additional speech services through our seed sites. But we are very much making sure that our schools can provide competitive options.
All right, I think it would be beneficial to all of us if you shared that data and gave us an update of what that looks like, because this is for our most vulnerable students.
Absolutely.
And it's a financial imperative as well.
Yep.
I only have 13, so I will leave with this. I have mentioned this at hearings before. We've spoken about this. We have high schoolers who can't read. We have middle schoolers who can't read at grade level, and yet there is no incentive for any school to provide phonics education. And I was very fortunate to have a principal my first year and teaching high school who didn't care about her QR. She didn't care about any of that. She gave me a class of a handful of kids to learn Wilson, and guess what? They learned to read. But most principals aren't near retirement and have been teaching for 30 years and just don't care what the superintendent says. Most principals will work based on incentives, and if they are not incentivized to teach literacy, teach reading, they're not going to do it. And unless schools can get credit and students can get credit for learning literacy, they're just going to continue this cycle of not learning how to read and being expected to pass at English Regents.
Right. But listen, you've struck at the core of everything that we are trying to be focused on. And you were very fortunate to be in that kind of a school. We're going to be working very closely with our schools with a very new approach for teaching kids how to read. We're not going to leave this open to principle by principle. The system can do better, and it will do better, because if we get that right, there's a lot of dollars that we spend on lots of programs that we wouldn't have to spend if we got it right at the beginning. And so I'm glad to work with you and learn more about what you've done as well. But that's where we're going.
Yeah, well, I do hope it means giving schools credit or scores or however you're assessing schools these days for doing literacy. Even high schoolers should know how to read already.
Absolutely.
But they don't, and that's where they are, and we have to meet kids where they are. And unless the DOE incentivizes that sort of education and that sort of structure within every school, our kids are going to continue to be left behind, and I look forward to seeing what that looks like and how our students are going to learn to read our
Thank you, Councilman. That's where we're going. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember Dinowitz. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Farias and Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. I do want to thank Mark Traeger, and I want to thank Early Education for talking about our mystery school, which we have now found. I really obviously, Kamar Samuels is an excellent superintendent. Okay, so we want third graders to read, we all agree. What kind of money do you need in order for third graders to read? And one of the things that I find abhorrent is the number of contracts that the DOE has. I mean, I was borough president. I went to every school district. I went to every school. And there are these ridiculous contracts out there that have been going on for years and years and years. Cut them all.
Yes.
And some of them were because you can't hire fast enough. You need a psychologist, have to, by law. So, but we can't hire because it takes too long, Gail, so therefore I have to get an outside contractor. Come on. So what's your contract budget? How can you cut it, and what are you doing about it? And then you can pay for your third grade. Really, what is your contract budget, and can you get us a list of all the contracts that DOE has?
Yes, yes. Yeah, it's tons of them.
I know. I used to watch these ridiculous people show up from all over the country
Right.
with some cockamamie idea they had, and they were getting paid by the Department of Education.
Right, absolutely. And so, listen, very clear, the mayor has made it very clear to us as well. We got to cut through all of that nonsense, and we should only be funding the things that have some level of a proven track record. So no,
So
that's
what are we doing about it?
we are leaning in right now. We're going to be announcing in the next few weeks this work around literacy and a focused approach to how we're going to have all of our schools engage with teaching kids how to read, which is then going to allow us to get other contracts and other vendors off the table.
All right, so how are we going to get the list of who you're getting off the table, literally, and what is still to be done? Because I can tell you, I don't want to name any names, but I could.
I understand.
As to some of these contracts that are bogus, in my opinion. And
Listen,
I'm a pretty good judge after
That's
all
right.
these years.
I didn't come into this position, Councilmember, to be a defender of the status quo.
Okay, but how are we going to get, literally, can you get us to the chair the list of the contracts that
Absolutely.
DOE, all of them?
Yep.
All right, here are some, big, huge number without the specifics, right? Okay. Number two, I feel very strong. You could pay for all your schools with these goddamn contracts. Number two, on affinity. I know you don't want to hear about specifics, but at this gentleman's wonderful hearing yesterday on CUNY, CUNY says, we are not cutting our portion of affinity, but we will if DOE does. Now, I know this is not third grade. I got it. But it's for the schools that you get the college credit, blah, blah, blah. You know the program well. It works. So, and DOE, you don't pay for the whole thing. CUNY pays for some of it. Is that one of those issues that when you get rid of all those contracts, you would be able to pay for? But literally, this program works. Why are you cutting affinity? Is it for the same thing you said earlier? I have to make choices.
Yeah,
Bad choice to cut affinity, in my opinion.
We're not locked in on cutting affinity, but I just want you to know, you just said get rid of all the contracts. Affinity is one of the contracts. Do we get rid of affinity?
Well, affinity is a contract with CUNY.
Well, that's just one of the contracts.
Okay.
We've got many contracts that are affinity contracts. That's
Okay,
my point.
I would be glad to have a look at it and figure out how you could bare bones it down. I know because I teach at Hunter.
Right.
I started one of the high schools with Jennifer Rabb, so I have a familiarity with this
Great.
program.
I know.
So I would say that there may be ways to change it and get rid of some of the contracts, but still keep CUNY and the high schools working
No,
together.
so here's my point, though, Councilmember.
CUNY is, I wouldn't consider CUNY a bad contract.
Not at all. And my only point is coming back is simply to say that for almost every one of these contracts, there's a group of people who will come in and say, this is a great contract, this is a great organization, this is a great body of work.
Give
We
me the
understand,
list.
but don't cut us.
Give me the list, and I will start cutting.
Okay.
All right, the other thing I have is about buses, because buses for foster care. I know this is, again, something that is important to all of us, because those children, as you know, are often not in school, and you know the whole story.
Right.
So will you be able to guarantee bus service for those who are in foster care who need to maintain it in order to go to school?
So,
Emma?
yeah. First of all, thank you for the question. I will say I'm new here, but I really appreciate the focus by you and the chair on these particular issues, and I promise we are working pretty actively on them. We will see what we can do. In terms, so we do guarantee busing.
But hold on one second, just know this. The buses that we use primarily are through contracts that we have.
Okay, but that's a different, if I may say, that is a different kind of contract than, I don't even want to mention names. These people show up from Florida and I don't know where else with some kind of stupid book that nobody needs to read. And I'm looking, my mother wrote this book. Who the hell is your mother to get a contract with DOE?
I'm with you.
Okay?
I'm totally
give me
agreement.
that list.
We're going to give you the list, absolutely. But don't cut the bus contracts, but we need the bus.
But the buses, that's a service as opposed to what I just described.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Let's hear about
So,
the buses.
Yes. First, we're going to find, guys, the book with the mom from Florida is definitely top of the contract cutting list.
I know who that person is. But.
Okay, so you can just tell us. In all seriousness, busing contracts are actually one of our biggest contracted spends quite substantially. When you get that full list, you'll see they're a very high proportion of the total. 52 of them, to be precise.
Okay.
So students in the foster. So we do guarantee provide busing for students in the foster system who are within the city. When we are going outside the city, we work with other school districts. We have to work with our bus companies to do what we can. We still provide transportation, but it's not always busing. We are looking at whether we can improve upon that. I will say when we hear about this, it's often not about there being no bus, but there being a delay in the bus assignment in particular.
I was going to mention that.
Yeah,
yes.
and so, and that is, I think, also a big part of the issue. And I will say there's really just a couple of sort of systems issues there about how quickly we know, and for students who are moving, how quickly we know how quickly that gets put in the system, and whether there's more automation we can do around that. So we are looking at whether we can cut that time in particular for those students, understanding they're transient. That's part of the situation here, and so we're working on it.
Okay, I mean, we had an oversight and investigations with education, a hearing on bus service, as you know, to special ed, and obviously foster care is the same problem. We have to get those buses there on time. And I thought maybe one company was better than the other, but I think they all have challenges.
Right.
So, all right, and this final question I have is in terms of, I don't know, how do you feel, I know this came up earlier, but do you feel that every school now has an after-school program? That's a contract, but it's a good contract, if I may say so? There's a difference between contracts that are not needed and those that are. So the after-school is in every single school now?
No,
Elementary
it's not in every
in
single
particular?
No, it's in a good chunk of schools, but most of that work goes through DYCD.
Okay.
As opposed to New York City Public Schools. So that's a question that's probably better for them. They've got all of the numbers on the number of schools.
Yeah, but they're your
that they're in.
kids.
No, I get it. So we can certainly get it. I don't have the number right here.
Can you
right
get
now
us
in
a
front of
number of where there are or
We can
not?
get it. We can get it from them. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Councilmember Farias?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I just have some quick questions about our DOE school nurses. Do you folks happen to have the numbers or the vacancy number of how many we have vacant right now in titled positions?
I don't have it. We can definitely get it to you today. And actually, this is another place where we're using a contract to backfill the positions we can't staff.
So that will be my line of questioning.
Should we get rid of that contract? I'm just.
Yes, actually, we should. We should just pay our DOE nurses more and fill
Right.
those vacancies.
That's right.
So for me, you just answered the question if we've been filling those vacancies with contracted nurses since the COVID pandemic. I know it's been exacerbated a bit more. Yes? Okay.
So yes, just one clarification is there's actually both DOE and DOHMH nurses in our schools. We do actually have an easier time filling the DOE nurse positions than the DOHMH nursing positions. We are trying actively to fill both of them. But yes, when we can't fill either, then it is a contracted nurse.
Okay, and is there a wage difference between DOHMH, DOE, and the contracted nurses?
Yes, there is. And there is across all of those. So DOE nurses are paid more and on a different schedule than DOHMH nurses, and contracted nurses and nurses more broadly are paid.
Got it. And in terms of credentialing, training, qualifications, and standards, are they the same across the board for each of those in different agencies? The silence in this room is freaking me out. I get it. I'm hitting something hard.
Thank you for the question, and do actually really appreciate this line of question, as it's something we're trying to work with DOHMH to address as well as we can. And can I just say one other thing to your point? Part of the initial challenge is, of course, the commitment we have and are sticking to have a nurse in every building, right? Which expanded our nursing need, expanded the pool,
at exactly the same time, so many other people also needed additional nurses, and so it sort of exacerbated what the shortage would have been in any other case. The qualifications, they all need to meet the baseline qualifications, but there are absolutely training differences in terms of what we expect from our staff nurses versus the contracting nurses and what the requirements are for what they need to do.
Okay, thank you for that response. And then I just have a question around spending. Do we have today the listed differences or how much we're spending for each of these differently within our schools or within the DOE?
We do absolutely have that. I don't have it in this binder right here, but we can get it to you. We have all three spends, yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, I would appreciate both giving myself and the chair that information so we can review in anticipation of May. So maybe we can have a more thorough discussion around some of this. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Chair, for giving me an opportunity, and thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Chancellor and members of the Department of Education.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. So, as Chair Joseph mentioned earlier, DOE enrollment rates have continued to be low compared to pre-pandemic numbers, but lesser than projected.
Right.
Which to me indicates that we could be seeing a bounce back to pre-pandemic enrollment numbers. So my question is around school closures, school mergers, and proposals of that nature. Any proposed school closures and mergers would lower hard-to-attain student capacity. Having SCA build new schools is a tough endeavor. Such as in my district, we have a proposed merger for PS 307 and PS 340. And a significant number of parents in these schools, in PS 307 in particular, are very upset. And squaring this away, my question is asking to put this proposed merger in context. In addition to, as was also mentioned earlier, the state's historic class size reduction bill will require smaller class sizes and presumably more classrooms, more capacity. So putting the merger in context and also considering the state's mandate, how does the Department of Education's planning unit square away lowering school capacity when numeric trends indicate that there could be a narrowing of these declines and state policy mandates indicate the looming need for more school seat capacity?
What we've done is, thank you so much, Councilman, for that question. We've left a lot of this in the hands of our superintendents to take a look at the numbers right across their districts and then make recommendations. And many of them, not many of them, but several of them have made recommendations where appropriate for mergers. And those mergers are really when we're dealing with schools, as I actually mentioned a little earlier. We've got some schools, people are surprised to find, have 125 kids. It's a high school in 125 students. That's the small schools movement did a formula that the numbers should really be no less than about 400. And there are some that are a little less than that. But when you start to reach a point where it's not economically efficient to even maintain a school, because the school has to have an administrative assistant, a principal, a guidance counselor, has all of these things, and there are only 100 kids. And so if you got one school on the third floor with 125 students and on the fourth floor with 150, we said, let's merge them. We're looking at merging them into one school, not to increase class size, but to create greater efficiencies. Those schools were never designed to be that small. You can't, and we've watched them lose numbers. You can't reach a point when they say there's 20 kids in the school, but make sure that we maintain the school and just keep it open no matter what. You do reach a point where you have to make some other decisions. And on those schools that are really, really small, our superintendents are taking a look at that. They're making recommendations to us, and then we'll make decisions.
Thank you, Chancellor. And recognizing that PS 307 is one example of many, but the school utilization rate at that particular school is still at 104%. It's a small building, so it's just it's helpful to hear that. But I'd be curious about how it's being applied in different places.
Sure. Have you met with Superintendent? Is that Hulla?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. We met actually yesterday. We were having a conversation, so wanted to bring it up here as a broader context. And as I said to our superintendent, I'm a product product of District 10. I went to PS 46 and MS 45, and my memories is of overcrowded schools, right? I used to get bused to some other location off of Webster Avenue, and I just don't want to go back there without needing to, right?
Sure.
By getting rid of capacity
Absolutely.
that could serve us in the
We
future.
don't either. So again, if there are unique situations and you're saying this really, I understand it as a concept, but this doesn't make sense for this place, please let us know and work closely with the superintendent. We're just trying to get it right.
Great, thank you so much. And a quick follow-up, if I have 50 seconds. So it was mentioned earlier that the fair funding student formula is changing, and our chair was participant in many working group sessions. I also represent District 9, which has the highest percentage of students in temporary housing.
Mm-hmm.
Can you help us understand what differences, what changes they might see in their funding?
Yeah, they're going to see additional dollars in their school budgets. If this proposed change is agreed to by the Panel for Educational Policy on April 19th. We fully expect that it will. Many of the members of the panel have been pushing us since I became chancellor specifically for this. So I expect it to really be a unanimous vote, and once that happens, there's a percentage of dollars that will go specifically to those schools that have the students that are living in temporary housing. So it's all dependent upon how many. If you've got 5 students in temporary housing, you're going to get more dollars. If you got 50 students, you're going to get even more dollars. And so there's an added weight that we've put there, and we're certainly encouraging all of you to push the state to also follow suit with their formula.
Yep.
Because their formula does not take this into account.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chancellor, and thank you so much, Chair, for your leadership here.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Sanchez. I wanted to touch upon really quick with Deputy Chancellor Ahmed on our 4410, my favorite set of young people. The most recent data released by DOE show approximately 30% of preschoolers with disabilities, which is more than 7,000 students, went all year without receiving at least one of their legally mandated services, such as speech or physical therapy or part-time special education teacher services. The New York City Public Schools hired a small set of preschool service team this year, but we've understand there's still numerous preschoolers with disabilities waiting for services to begin, and many children haven't even been evaluated for services due to shortage of preschool special education evaluators. What percentage of and how many preschoolers with disabilities are waiting today for at least one of their mandated services to begin?
I can start, and then certainly I'd like to have my colleague Christina provide more detailed information on related services. But again, as you know, Chair Joseph, and thank you for your support, we were able to lift up the 4410 contract enhancement over $130 million in December and stand up over 600 new seats for our young children with disabilities and stabilize over 6,000 seats in just the last few months. Which is an incredible work, and again, incredibly thankful for your partnership and commitment to our young children with disabilities. We heard a lot around Carter cases during this hearing, and I certainly channel my dear colleague Mark Traeger. When you think about doing this work at a very young age, helps to prevent the Carter cases of tomorrow.
Correct.
And so we thank you for your partnership and for your commitment, because this all matters and makes a difference. About related services, I know Christina can absolutely give more details on that.
Of course. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Chancellor. A few things on the related service front that we have done. We do still have our 21 prac teams up and running in areas with, and we prioritize hiring for those prac teams. Those are the assessment teams. So they do the assessments that you were just talking about. We prioritize hiring of those teams to reflect the languages spoken in those neighborhoods. Those are still up and running and doing those assessments. We did add 5 pre-K center specific sites to provide related services to our pre-K students, recognizing that we are in need of providing additional related services. We are also expanding the coverage of our contracts to take into account the post-COVID marketplace and allow for independent providers to more easily provide services through our contracts. Sorry, Councilmember Brewer, for that. Expanded itinerant team. We have about the positions that you were mentioning, Councilmember Joseph, Chair Joseph, was that we have about 60 positions that we've hired to provide itinerant-related services, and we are also in the process of sending an MTAC to PEP that would allow us to provide increased related service coverage to high-need areas. And Councilmember, if I may, I just wanted to give you the data that I promised before the end of the hearing. The first on the CDOS credential is that we had about 2,900 students take advantage of that credential, 35% Black, 41% Hispanic, 9% Asian, 13% white. That's a little disproportionately Black compared to the overall population in New York City, but we are very glad that students are taking advantage of that pathway. And regarding paraprofessionals, we have about 175 students in New York City, public school students, who are who do not have paraprofessionals currently, but that we are working diligently to arrange services for on the school bus. And in the interim, Chair, we're offering rideshare services to those students.
Okay, I'm not done. What is the cost attached to that?
I'd have to get back to you on that, Chair.
How can we help ensure funding is added to FY24 budget so preschoolers receive their evaluations, their mandated special education services, and teachers? And as you mentioned, if we get in front of this, less Carter cases.
Agreed. Yep. Do you want to talk about related services, or?
So on the funding issue,
Funding issue.
you know, we hear you that you can pay now or you can pay later. So this is something absolutely we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we know that this is a commitment, and the more proactive that we could be at a younger age, the better off we will be for our children and for their families. And so, as you heard Christina say, that work is going to continue to ensure that we're getting related services to where they're needed, both in our general ed classrooms for inclusive classrooms, but also in our special classes.
Thank you. One of my colleagues texted me, she had to leave, about our new New Yorkers, our migrant students. They wanted to know what's the status of Open Arms. We have not seen it as visible as it was from the very beginning. We want to know where it is, updates.
Thank you, Chair Joseph. And so just to give you some updates, we are now at nearly 14,000 asylum-seeking students. The way that we track, as you well know, but for everyone else, students in temporary housing who have a new admit date to New York City Public Schools since July 1st. We do not specifically ask them for their status. At this point, we continue to work closely with our superintendents and monitor progress across the school. So where are we still seeing an influx? Who still has vacancies for whether it's for an ENL teacher, a bilingual teacher, or just a classroom teacher? Because of the influx, we did issue the additional money through the school allocation memo to provide funding for those schools, in addition to making sure they got their fair student funding mid-year adjustments much sooner than they normally would. We continue to offer professional development also, particularly targeting districts that have seen an increase in multilingual learners that have not seen them before. And so that's really important, particularly in some of our districts down in Brooklyn. We were really very, very happy when Superintendent Kirkland reached out to us and said, hey, this is very new to us, please support us. And so making sure that we are leveraging those resources that have always existed to support newcomers, right? That this is not a new this is not something new to New York City Public Schools. The volume is new. That is what we have had to really center around. So in the beginning, when Project Open Arms first launched, there was this aspect of crisis and emergency, and making sure that we quickly pivoted so that way students were quickly enrolled in schools, making sure that we were keeping up enrollment access with the number of emergency shelters that were being launched, as well as with the HERCs that H&H run. Now that those systems are in place, now it is merely us keeping in touch with our partners across agencies and tweaking and supporting where there are gaps. And we know that there are gaps. And we welcome all of the feedback that we get on those regular meetings that are facilitated through City Hall, because your feedback and escalation have really supported us in tweaking those plans across the specific districts.
Thank you. And out of your the New Yorkers, again, I'm always going to ask this question: is how do you know how many SIFE students you've received so far, and what kind of support is in place for our SIFE students?
So there are a number of existing supports for our SIFE students, and that works through the Multilingual Learners Division. In terms of the number of asylum-seeking students who have been identified as SIFE officially, I would have to get those numbers for you, and we'll make sure that we get them to you. But I mean, really at this point, we are looking at them as all unofficially SIFE, right? They have had some sort of interrupted formal education. And so we are treating them as such. But in terms of formal numbers, we will get those for you.
And is the federal government supplementing the funding for that? Because I know there's a line of funding that comes out of the federal government for SIFE students. Can somebody talk about that for me?
At this point, we are not getting any additional funds from the federal government that is flowing into our budget for these purposes. There has been lots of talk of lots of things, but our budget has not seen a reflection of those increased dollars. There's existing Title III dollars for this, but there's not been new money for this purpose.
Okay. My colleague earlier talked about students in temporary housing, and the Bronx have one of the highest numbers. So we had hired 100 shelter-based community coordinators to help students living in alternative housing. 75 of them was funded with COVID money, and 25 came from the council. That is scheduled to expire in June 2023. We noticed that there was no funding in the FY24 preliminary budget to extend the funding for the 25 coordinators. Meanwhile, we have 13,000 additional students in temporary housing that have enrolled in our school system since July, increasing the need for coordinators. Can you talk about the importance of these community coordinators? And we know they make a difference in making sure our schools, our students, and it's also DHS as part of the conversation, because they are the landlords to our New York City schools. So they also play a role in making sure that our students who are living in temporary housing are also showing up for school. Out of the data that I saw, a lot of our students that are not coming to school are in temporary housing. So DHS also has to play their part as well.
So thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the question, and will echo your sentiment that yes, these positions that we have staffed, the 75 that were part of our budget, the 25 that we received from council are critical. Many of them are the people who are servicing our newcomers, our new students who are also in our emergency shelters. So some of the shelters that are the rec centers and that are run by Health and Hospital. We do work in close partnership with DHS. We have consistent communication and meeting with them. I will have to echo here what our Chancellor has shared before around the current condition of our physical budget and the multiple critical work that we have funded through stimulus funding, where we're looking for both partnership and your advocacy to ensure that we can sustain those positions. I also, if I may, wanted to go back to one of your prior questions around community school staffing, which I know you mentioned that you wanted to get more details. So prior fiscal year, we had 29 staff on the Office of Community School. There were 2 of those staff members who were funded through a grant that we no longer have, and it's a state grant, and I can get details. So at the moment, we have 27 positions for the Office of Community School, and that grant was a grant that we hadn't had now for a couple of years, that our finance team was just helping to sustain the team with that, but the number is 27 positions.
And what about your director? Do you have a director?
We are currently we have an interacting person, as we're mentioned, that we're looking to staff as fully as possible, like to bring them on board. We are currently in the process of interviewing and finalizing that for the executive director, which I believe is what you're asking.
Correct.
Yes.
Chancellor, as we talked earlier, we talked about how New York City is changing, right? So in communication to outreach with our immigrant families, over 40% New York City public school families speak one other language than English at home. Last year, the council fought, of course, to get $4 million in the budget for the immigrant family communication, but this funding was not baseline and will expire in June unless it gets extended. Given the recent increase in newly arrived immigrant family, the need has grown. Can you talk about the importance of extending funding for this program for the DOE, New York City Public Schools, to better communicate with immigrant families? Have you talked to City Hall, OMB, about the importance of including funding for this program in the executive budget? I know I come to you, money, 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 right?
No, this is all great stuff. This is what we should be talking about.
Absolutely.
Sure. So just to give you an update on what we have done with the funding allocated last year, we provide, as you know, translation and interpretation services in the 9 languages, in addition to English. We have refreshed all of our language access print materials that are available in every single school. We have trained language access coordinators for all schools. If any school doesn't have a language access coordinator, please feel free to be in touch with me. These materials are available at our welcome centers. You will see additional advertising citywide and in ethnic and community media. We have improved our language access technology, and that increases our ability to be able to serve more families each year. And we have expanded capacity on the language access team as well.
Yeah, and I think, again, in terms of baseline funding and whatnot, all of these are things that are on the table to be negotiated. So all important services, as well as a lot of the other programs as well.
Out of what? I didn't hear that.
I said as well as a lot of the other programs. A lot of this is to be determined. We're in the midst of this whole negotiation process now.
I received a text message I get just like live. Mosaic curriculum. It was a curriculum that the city spent over $200 million, but was never implemented. So I received a question about that. If it was supposed to be from K to 12 and included in all of the subject areas, can someone address that for me? Because parents still ask about the curriculum Mosaic.
Yep.
The Mosaic curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you,
Was
Chair.
it a contract? Or?
They're all contracts, Councilmember.
Just to clarify, I want to make sure folks know the $200 million was not spent. This was stimulus funds that were allocated. I would just say there is work that has been completed. Some of the curricular resources that you've heard about around Black Studies, AAPI, Latinx studies. These are happening under the aegis of Mosaic to fill the gaps where they exist. And I would just say the Chancellor talked about a major push on literacy, but also on curriculum there. And so that's something, and you made the excellent point, Chair, about making sure that whatever we produce is culture responsive, and whatever the kids receive is culture responsive. That's a commitment of ours. So Mosaic continues that work continues. It's not K to 12, all subjects, creating something new, because frankly, that's not necessary. There are really good, high quality, rigorous, research-based and culture responsive curricula that are out there. Many of them are being used in our schools already, so we don't want to reinvent the wheel. But would also just say, stay tuned. We certainly want to talk to you, in particular around K to 5 ELA and the curriculum strategy coming up there.
Thank you. And also, they also said, as you're changing the curriculum and it's reflective of what New York City really look like, make sure the tests that you provide these students are also aligned and they're critically, because next week they're getting ready to take exams, and normally they don't see themselves in those exams, and there is no connection at all. So therefore, so the curriculum should align along with the testing.
And that's why, we, as a New York City school system, we are an entity of the state. And so many of these exams and these assessments are state-driven. They're not assessments that we necessarily even provide. They're not coming from us. And so that's always a challenge. As we recognize the changes we need to make, we got to try to do the best we can to advocate with the state also to make changes to their assessments.
So that's why we will be doing a city and state partnership.
That's right.
We're calling on Lester Young and Commissioner Rosa to make sure this aligns with our New York City children. So thank you so much. We have a next panel coming up. I thank you for your testimony. Go ahead, Senator Dinowitz.
No, on behalf of Councilmember Brewer, I just want to know about the damn DESA. Did I talk like you when I say damn? The DESA exam? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
The DESA. Tells you everything you need to know. No, my question's about charter school. I'll get back to that. The charter schools. You reimburse 100% of rent for charter schools, DOE?
It's not 100% of the rent.
The statute provides, it's essentially all of the lease expenses they pay, but it's not everything. Everything is not included.
Do you have any say, any negotiating power in negotiating for the lease space for charter schools? In other words, if I'm opening a charter school and Gail's my landlord, we're good friends, and I know
I
you're
wouldn't rent to a charter school.
And in this, I wouldn't open a charter school, so we're both pretending. No, meaning, if she's my friend, she's going to say, I'm going to make your rent, I don't know, $236,000 a month, which actually is the case in my community, that a charter school has a $236,000 a month rent, and you're reimbursing it. Do you have any role in negotiating down the rent so that we're not on the hook for the charter schools?
We don't have a role in negotiating with that landlord. That's true, but we absolutely do review. Our charter office reviews every single lease that comes in for reimbursement, and there's a rigorous process where we go back and forth, and frankly, some disputes from time to time about what is reasonable, what's covered, and what's not.
But in the end, what's reasonable? I mean, with this rent that I'm looking at, $236,000 a month for one of my charter schools in my district, it doesn't sound as though the charter office said that was unreasonable. And that's about almost double what it was 2 years ago, the rent. There's something going on with the rents, and do you have any legal authority to step in and say this isn't fair market value, it's way too much? Or are you just kind of looking at, well, this rent complies with the law? Because there's a difference between complying with the law and actually doing real negotiations and doing what's fiscally responsible and fair to our students here in New York City.
I don't want to speak for the law department or our general counsel, but I will say we do have an obligation under the law to review, to determine the reasonableness of the leases that are submitted for reimbursement. And so, if something is way out of whack with market value, that is something we're going to flag.
So your office does look at reasonableness?
We
never used that word in my life. Reasonableness.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say that, just to editorialize for a second, the statute is not crystal clear. So having more clarity would be helpful, but yes, we do look at.
This is the state statute you're referring to.
Correct, state statute.
Yeah.
Which means you can interpret it as giving yourself more authority to step in and, save that money. I did want to reference what I mentioned before, which is the DESA. It's the Devereux, something French, emotional, social, something
Yes,
assessment.
SEL screener. Yes.
Sure. Yeah, they know. I haven't found this. I think this is just an example of one of these contracts where none of the teachers that I've spoken to thought it helped. Mostly, they were dealing with all the pandemic stuff. Then they do this assessment, and haven't even seen the data, let alone been able to use it. This is a 3-year contract, and I just wanted to put it out there as one of those, as an example of one of those contracts Gail was bringing up. I think it was $18 million. Yes, with stimulus funding, but it's not out of the blue to think that the DOE would spend its own city funding on that. And so it's a good example of a contract that we just don't need, no one asked for.
That's right. Yeah, and that's the example of the kind of thing that we're actually looking at, and we've heard from many of our schools as well. They're not found it to be particularly useful, although initially everybody recognized that we should be doing something to kind of gauge where are our kids. So again, it is under review, and you may not see funding for it, much further but it is something that we're looking at.
Well, if no one's using it and no one likes it, I would hope that you cut that. It's an easy, I guess, 1/3, what is it, $6 million left in the contract? If you're dividing it by 3, that's, that money can go a long way for a lot of our schools to do what they know actually works for our kids' social, emotional health.
Right.
It is no longer mandatory. I don't want to agree that nobody finds it to be valuable.
There are
'cause
lots of schools that are still
'cause
using them as well.
There are some that do find it valuable, but we hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dinowitz. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions, I will email
Thank you.
for the answers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be taking a 10-minute break before we get on to the next panel. No.
How are you?
Because I help me, and you know that.
Oh, I know it,
We have to do a little more in
Yeah.
arts.
We're doing
These I'm
500
pushing.
million now, but we need more.
I'm putting a lot of arts in my school, like after school program.
Yeah.
But we want it to be.
I got it. Keep pushing. When you over negotiating with the city,
Yep.
Guys can take over the table.
How many? What's the name of what from the school? Do you see?
Yeah,
Chancellor?
My parents are. But the Traeger family is in.
Thank you for all of your questions. No problem. My pleasure. You have to work together to try to just the inequity and the problems that we have. Absolutely. Yeah. Pleasure. Thank you so much for always taking care of us. I wish I did. I did not, but I am happy to share information. So I let me get you. The email is. Oh, so the number is. 731-50.
Thank you again for
Everyone, please find a seat. Please, everyone, find a seat.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're about to start our news. We're coming to order to start the new. Come to order. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to the New York City Council Education Committee hearing on the fiscal 2024 preliminary 10-year capital strategy, capital budget, and capital commitment plan for the Department of Education. Today's hearing is focused on the approximately $19.4 billion proposed February amendment to the fiscal 2020 to 2024 five-year capital plan for proposed February amendment. I want to begin today's hearing by welcoming Nina Cabuto, President and CEO of New York School Construction Authority. I also want to welcome Dan Weisberg, First Deputy Chancellor, New York City Department of Education, and Cora Liu, Vice President of Capital Plan Management, New York City Schools Construction Authority, for coming to testify before the committee today. The proposed February amendment totaling $19.4 billion, a decrease of $1.25 billion when compared to the adopted budget. The decline is due mostly to a decrease of $1.89 billion to the capacity program, offset partially by an increase of $678 million in capital investment. The decrease to the capacity program is also accompanied by major shift within the category's program areas. These shifts within the capacity program are results of changes to seat need projections and target class size that represent a major change to the five-year plan. While the proposed February amendments have many great projects, it also shines a light on the areas that have always lacked project transparency. The proposed amendment does not have a listing of all the projects funded prior plan completion, limiting the public's ability to review a leading area of growth. The proposed amendment has also never listed schools that are receiving technological enhancement, just like other projects funded in the amendment. We encourage the SCA to document what technology projects are happening and where. Additionally, the Council has repeatedly called for more transparency of D75 seat type and calculating seat need, which is still not reflected. Since 2022, alongside the shifts within the capacity program, the amendment disaggregates District 75 seats needed in the five-year plan. This came after years of advocating by the Council and advocates for increased transparency on District 75 seats, need, and siting. The new information showed District 75 by sub-district, once cited. However, all unsighted seat needs for District 75 students are lumped into a single category with no disaggregation by borough. Beyond these issues of project transparency, the proposed amendment plan lacks clarity in its priority seating and seat need. The public has a right to know how DOE determines how many seats each district needs and how it goes about prioritizing capacity projects across the city. Lastly, accessibility is still an issue. While there have been many efforts made to support students with special needs and making schools accessible for physically disabled students who have accidents, may need to use elevators, larger bathroom stall, special seating and cafeteria so they can participate in schools. We will cover these issues and others with SCA to get to understand, hopefully, how to remedy or provide guidance for future projects. Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge Councilmember Dinowitz, Councilmember Stevens, Madam Speaker, thank you for joining us, Councilmember Narcisse. I'm opening the questions to Madam Speaker. Oh, you have, oh. Committee Counsel.
We will now hear testimony from SCA. Before we begin, I'll administer the affirmation. Panelists, please stand and raise your right hand. I will read the affirmation once and then call on each of you individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Nina Kabuta?
I do.
Cora Liu? Kevin Moran? I do. Tom Taracho? Dan Weisberg? I do. And if there are anybody else who's testifying, if you could please just give the Sergeant at Arms a witness slip. And then I can swear you in after. So you may begin your testimony, and then I'll swear in the other ones after.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Speaker Adams, Chair Joseph, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Nina Kubota, and I am President and CEO of the New York City School Construction Authority. I am joined by First Deputy Chancellor Dan Weisberg from the New York City Department of Education, and by Cora Liu, Vice President of Capital Plan Management for the SCA. We are pleased to be here today to discuss the February 2023 proposed amendment to the current FY 2020 to 2024 5-year capital plan. It's hard to believe we are entering the last year of our current capital plan. Tomorrow, we will celebrate the topping off of the new high school building at Northern Boulevard, which is the largest building ever built in our history at over 3,000 seats. Not too long ago, it was serving as a COVID testing site, and now we look forward to opening this building in 2025. We are incredibly proud of the work we have done together with the Council and other partners. I can't overstate the importance of the partnership between the City Council, the SCA, and DOE. Our collaborative relationship is vital to the successful implementation of our capital plan, which directly provides the state-of-the-art facilities that our students need to succeed. From beginning construction on a 2-acre learning farm in Bergen Beach, Brooklyn, funded mostly with Resoway dollars, to investing in cutting-edge STEAM and STEM technology, our partnership with the Council is invaluable, and we look forward to continuing our work together as we begin planning for our FY 25 to 29 capital plan. As you may know, our plan is broken up into 3 distinct sections: capacity, capital investment, and mandated. And I will talk through the highlights of the February amendment for each of these sections. Through the capacity program, we seek to build new school seats as part of the effort to reduce overcrowding and provide public school students with world-class educational facilities so that they can grow, learn, and thrive. We achieve this goal through 5 distinct programs that all work together as part of the comprehensive effort to bring additional capacity to the public school portfolio. New capacity, class size reduction program, capacity to support removal of TCUs, the facilities replacement program, and the early education initiative. As part of the work we undertake to identify locations for all of the 46,010 new seats funded in this plan, So far, we have cited 27,826 and are working to finalize acquisition for another roughly 6,100 seats. This means we are nearly 75% of the way towards citing the seat need as identified by this plan. Next slide, please. I would like to take a moment to share some of our successful capacity projects with you now. Great. The new capacity program is the primary vehicle for creating new seats. Several projects in this category include, as we see on the screen, PS 195-196 edition in the Bronx, with almost 600 seats, will allow for the removal of 2 temporary structures and create outdoor play space for the students. On the bottom right, you can see the two temporary structures on the left and the right of the building. We are creating the annex on the left, which will provide for the 600 seats, and then we'll remove the temporary structure on the right. It's hard to see, but the lower part there, to create the outdoor play space. Next slide, please. Also in the Bronx, we are building a new elementary school building at PS 163, which will allow for the removal of the TCUs and provide adequate learning facilities by replacing their existing building that was constructed with an open classroom concept that was not functional to the program needs of the school. So as you can see, the sort of construction site in the back is where the new facility will be built, and then we'll be able to provide play space where the existing building with the sort of red circle will be demolished. Next slide, please. Lastly, in the Bronx at 639 St. Anne's Avenue, we demolished 8 TCUs to make way for a new elementary school that will provide for over 500 seats, including 96 seats for D75 special education. Next slide. These projects represent 3 of the 25 buildings that we will be opening in 2024. Now I would like to highlight 2 of the middle schools in Brooklyn that we are building with funding in this plan, both of which are anticipated to open in September 2026. The first on the screen will create a 550-seat school that will serve as a feeder school to John Dewey High School and allow for innovative instructional and programming opportunities for both the junior high and high school students. Next slide, please. The other middle school, located at 4002 Fort Hamilton Parkway, will add approximately 500 seats, including 72 seats for D75 special education. This project will include an array of sustainability measures, such as a solar panel canopy, as part of a recent city pilot program through Local Law 41 of 2021. Next slide, please. Also included in this sustainable design pilot program from Local Law 41 is the new elementary school at 2350 Waters Edge Drive in Queens, where we are elevating this building 8 feet in accordance with the 100-year flood map, as well as providing a solar panel canopy. This school will include roughly 550 seats, including 96 seats for D75 special education, and is expected to open in 2026